The way to not have okay, that's fine. You're first.
You're doing so hard.
You guys ready? Let me get through the intro. She went to go get her comments. I figured you can get through all the stuff. All right, everyone. Welcome to the October 12th, 2023 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook, and I'll be your chair this evening. Board members present with me today are Bill Turner, Fillmore Wilson, Bill Huey, and Julia Martin. She will be back momentarily. City staff today are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, Linda Bennett, Senior Preservation Planner, and Magali Creech, Corporation Counsel for the city. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start each application with an introduction overview of each project for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. Each applicant will have a period of 10 minutes to give their presentation. If you are speaking as an applicant, this is a time for owners, designers, consultants, anyone with the project to speak. Please approach the podium and say your name first and last for the record. The applicant's presentation will be followed by board questions. So by ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. Board questions will be followed by public comment. I will read written public comment into the record, and anyone speaking as a member of the public, I'll recognize you. And if you'll please approach the podium and state your name first and last for the record. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. Once we've heard from the public and the city, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or to respond to anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comment. This is not a time to reopen your presentation, simply to respond or clarify. Once we've heard the applicant's response, public comment, and the applicant's presentation will be closed, and we'll move into board discussion and a vote. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening: 58 St. Margaret and 4 Front Street. If there are any students present, welcome. Once you've stayed for your allotted amount of time, please approach Linda. Will you be signing whatever they need? Also, please check your phones, turn off your cell phones, please, so that we don't interrupt this evening. And also, please limit your comments to architecture only. Anything related to zoning, livability concerns are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is review and approval of the minutes from the September 28th, 2023 meeting. I will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Julia. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Not opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 1, 58 St. Margaret Street has been withdrawn. Agenda item 2, 124 Rutledge Avenue. Frank, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Thank you, Lindsay. 124 Rutledge Avenue is a category 4 in Charleston Village circa 1915 in the Old Historic District. This first request is for the demolition of a rear chimney. This is the property's location on Rutledge. Some existing site photos. That is not the chimney in question. This is the view of the chimney from Calhoun. A Sanborn map from 1944 showing the history of the property. And the architecture inventory from 1973. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, my name is Chris Cheriker, Cheriker Construction. I'm contractor for Martin, owner for 124 Rutledge. There's a building in the back. It's a concrete block building. Is that picture? Okay, so right there is a boiler room that was not on the Sanborn back. So this was built roughly in the 1960s. And there's an old boiler inside of it. It is freestanding structure that is not connected to the structure itself of the house. You can see on the picture, the old windows, that this is literally freestanding from the house. It's not connected to the roof line. You still have the crown and the roof and the gutters and everything intact of the house. The side view shows a 3-foot space between it. So right now from the inside, you just have 2x6s and a metal band every 6 feet holding it back to the building. That's the only stabilization of that. The flue is a flue for the boiler. They would like to just remove the old concrete block structure and the flue going up through the house to give a better view of the backyard and garden they want to put in the back. And also they want to add a dormer to the roof line, which is another issue. But for this agenda, just demolition of the 1960s block building and chimney.
Thank you. Do you all have any questions for the applicant?
Real quick.
Yes.
The drawings sort of indicate something at that back porch, but that's going to be addressed later on, correct?
Yes, we
Yes.
separated
Okay,
the
great.
new proposal from the demolition.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking for the public? All right, and we had no written public comments submitted. Frankie, you'll give us these staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, so we just had 2 observations. One, that the chimney is for a boiler room behind the house and is not original to the structure. And although the design of the chimney is interesting and dates approximately to 1960, it does block a historic window at the rear elevation. We suggest a condition of salvaging the brick, for reuse, but our recommendation is approval with staff condition.
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Cheriker, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in city staff comments?
We certainly, we will certainly salvage all brick that we can use anywhere we need to in the building for sure.
It should have said as possible or as.
No, I'm sure we should be able to salvage most of the brick when it comes down. So that's all.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'm surprised it made it through you go. I don't have any problem with it.
I have no problem.
Go ahead and make a motion for approval of demolition of the boiler room and chimney.
How about the staff condition?
Staff condition yeah, sure.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for demolition of the rear chimney and boiler room with staff condition. Do I have a second for Julia's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Huey. Put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
or Huey.
Yeah.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 2 is 32 Linwood Boulevard. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview, please?
Spam. 32 Linwood is not surveyed in Charlestown. Of the original date staff found was 1942, but we did find evidence later that it is older than that. It is in the Olden Historic District and they're requesting complete demolition of house and shed. Oh, let me get more on this. Oh, sorry. This is the property's location on Linwood. We wanted to provide this for the board since we're not allowed to consider vegetation as blocking the structure to show where structures actually are that would block visibility. Some context, the Charleston County GIS map and Sanborn maps showing the history of the structure. This was originally a accessory building for another property. And then this is a notation on when the building permit was pulled in 1926. Some existing site photos. And that's all we have. So this is the applicant presentation. Okay. So I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hello,
I can control the presentation. There's also a clicker up there if you prefer.
let's see if it works. Okay, my name is Oliver Frederick and I'm here on behalf of my longtime clients and friends. Who have asked me to help them navigate a complex set of issues on a unique interior lot at 32 Linwood Boulevard. This is an application for demolition and my goal is to illustrate the practical issues and challenges to renovating the existing building to meet the owner's basic needs for a home that is accessible and properly protected against flooding. Demolition of a home within the historic district is a serious matter. We do not take this application lightly. This is one of the most extraordinary historic neighborhoods in the country, and it's a privilege to appear before you guys today. I am going to start with a little bit of context about the existing conditions, and then we'll dive into a bit of history. We've already located Linwood as a flag lot. It is set back from the street, and you can see back here, this is the driveway off of Linwood. And because the building was was subdivided in the 50s, the lot was subdivided in the 50s, the property is actually on top of adjacent property lines to the east, and there's some existing non-conforming issues. We did the majority of the documentation on the history of the building is through a pretty deep BAR file, which is from 2001 to 2014. And the building is a series of additions or alterations at this point. And so I just wanted to walk through that context. This is the most recent addition to the property, which is from 2014 and is a 1-bedroom and bathroom suite. This is the area that is most historic. There's some questions about the multitude of renovations that have happened over the years that make knowing exactly which part is most historic a bit challenging. But this central area seems to be the oldest. And then at this end, there was an existing porch and the porch was removed, but in kind was replaced with an infill kitchen, a new kitchen in 2001. This is a view of the driveway from the street. So it is partially visible from the street, really just what is at the very end of the driveway, which right now is this view, which is of the 2014 edition. This, you're beginning to see a sliver of the body of the house. These slides just point out a few of the more recent alterations to the building. Window adjustments here, a bay window over in this living room area, and then this is the former porch condition, which was turned into a kitchen in 2001. There was a shed, a freestanding shed addition in 2014. This is the back side of the kitchen, which is showing the lot line to the south. And this is one of the conditions that's very close to the property line. And then this is perhaps the most telling image of the sort of amalgamation of the history of the project, where we have multiple different roof lines that are intersecting, one higher from that central area I showed moments ago, intersecting with a lower series of roofs. And this is the east elevation, which abuts 11 gigs, or 9 gigs rather, excuse me. And this wall is actually right at the property line. And there are a few areas where it's a little over the property line. And then this is looking at the north elevation with the 2014 one-story addition. The interior of the house is set 1 inch above existing grade. I'll get into a little bit more elevation and FEMA information in a moment. And then there is this one portion of the building at the front, which is several steps up. And it's just maybe a clue about the additive nature of how this has evolved over time. But we're not quite certain which part was built when. Sanborn maps show the appearance of, which we just saw moments ago, the appearance of this property as an a private auto storage with a dwelling unit and a porch. It used to be part of 9 Gibbs. And in 1956, approximately, is the first permit that we see to subdivide the property. And once it was subdivided, the new property lines are what have resulted in these conditions of being directly adjacent to neighbors. This is a larger view of the street context. In terms of context, these are 2 Sears Roebuck's houses, which are certainly defining for Linwood Boulevard. And then this is just a history of the BAR file. So I just want to land on this while I point out a few other things here. Between the mid-50s and 2014, there were a number of modifications, but it's still unclear as to exactly where the original structure, the limitation of the original structure. As a result of the subdivision, 32 Linwood has several non-compliant setbacks, which I pointed out. Flooding is the primary issue for the client in addressing the board today about the demolition. The existing finished floor elevation of the property is at 5.3, which is 1 inch higher than the grade outside. And the majority of the building is built as slab on grade without a crawl space beneath it. That slightly raised area in the center has a small crawl space, but the balance of the ground floor is slab on grade. Water has come into the house and infiltrated the house as recently as this year during Adalia, 2016 with Matthew, 2015, 2017. It's been a serious issue for the ground floor of the house for many years. Due to the ad hoc nature of the additions to the structure, which is essentially 4 individual volumes, and the fact that much of the building is built on a slab with no crawl space below, lifting the house's various structures would be technically challenging and very costly, and would not significantly improve accessibility issues at the interior as it relates to the multiple changes in section. We are seeking approval of this demolition application in an effort to determine what is allowable on the site. If approved, we'll invest our time and energy in a design proposal that seeks to be contextual in terms of massing. The neighborhood vernacular is FEMA compliant to provide the homeowners with security from future flooding, and is zoning compliant, bringing relief to existing non-conforming setbacks. We acknowledge that the current zoning for this area would allow a much larger volume than what is there now, which could be overscaled for this unique interior lot. We aspire to work with the BAR and our neighbors to optimize the setbacks and massing within the site, and to propose a new structure that is worthy of the caliber of the architectural context. Thank you.
Thank you. My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have a couple of them. Can you point out on the diagram, which areas are slab on grade and which are not?
Yes, so starting here, this entire rectangular zone out to the porch area here.
This slab.
So and that bump out there is where it's a few steps up in that living space.
Okay.
If the Sanborn map graphic was to be considered accurate, that rectangle with a porch attached to it is what resembles the original Sanborn map most closely.
So the large front bump out, it may be early, but you don't believe it's original construction.
Correct. That is my hunch based on the overlapping roof lines. And the one other investigative hunch is that once this was subdivided and became an individual property, I would assume there were some changes that were made to it in the 50s. And perhaps that was one of the more substantial changes that was made initially when it was subdivided.
And the flood zone is AE 11.
AE 11, exactly. Yeah, so we are, just to clarify that point, because I got asked that this morning, it would be from the existing finished floor elevation of the slab on grade, we would be up to 5.7 feet above that to get to FEMA.
So you mean 7.7?
No,
He's talking about SEMA, not ESP.
BFE.
So it's a freeboard.
Yeah.
He's having helping with the-
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're in public comment. Do we have anyone speaking? No, speaking, this is public comment. So anyone from the public, if you're here to comment, please.
Thank you. I'm Rhett Dunaway. You've seen my house today in the slides. I'm the yellow house, one of the Sears and Roebuck houses on the left-hand side of the slides that you saw. This property is directly behind me. I could probably throw a ping pong ball and hit it. It's that close to me. I'm opposed to the demolition. We learned about this, and I don't know if this matters to you all or not. We learned about it Friday night. We saw a sign that had fallen off the ground that announced this event, this meeting. I was shocked. The family who purchased the property bought it about 3 years ago. They have never lived in the property. It's been rented. Lovely set of people have been renting it. No problem with that. So I was surprised to hear that they wanted to demolish the building. It is subject to flooding, as is most everywhere in Charleston. My view, if flooding is an issue, it was an issue before. It's been not as predominant in these 3 years. We've seen great improvement with the raising of the battery wall. In the last little blow we had, it was water from the part of the battery wall that has not been completed from the White Point Garden area that caused issues. Less severe than what we've seen in the past, but I'm optimistic that for high tide events, nothing's going to protect us from Hugo, but for these high tide events, we're optimistic that that's going to help. You know, this property, we were originally told 1942, and now we're told 1926, 1928. we're talking about something that's about 100 years old. I think it's important to preserve it. I think the idea of demolition is sort of the nuclear option, the last possible option. I'd like to think that that opportunities to mitigate water damage, city's wall, and what can be done behind it. Behind this property is a Gibbs Street property, and that Gibbs Street property belongs to the daughter and son-in-law of the owners. So there would be a working relationship there. If there's creation of a berm or some sort of way of a wall, there are lots of ways to try to mitigate that. I say this with some trepidation, but the problems that existed in terms of accessibility within that structure existed at the time of purchase, as did flooding. None of this stuff was hidden. If the buyer's remorse, sell the property. People lived in it before. At the time of the purchase, the public record shows about $1.8 million. I checked today on Zillow or Trulia and Realtor.com, and now it's valued at more than $3 million in the condition that it's in. Let someone move in there that'll appreciate what it is. Charleston's not for everybody, but preserving is Charleston. Our motto, the first thing is to protect our buildings. This is something that needs to be protected. The nature of the character of that neighborhood is very special. The houses fit nicely together. I would ask the board to reject this application for demolition and let other methods mitigate the issues. The prior owner in 2014, those renovations, I wasn't jazzed up about agreeing to them. It was an older couple. That was a way for them to remain there, and I approved of that decision. I didn't fight it. I signed something that I guess was presented to you guys. I wanted them to be able to stay there. It is a comfortable house on the first floor, and I would hope that these people can move in, the new couple can move in and figure out a way to live in that house as it exists or with modifications. I want to have neighbors. I want to have neighbors living behind me, but I want them happy in the house. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Zach King. I currently reside at 30 Linwood. Can I have a Google Maps picture? Here you go. So I'm at 30 Linwood here. My front yard is right here. Property that I live in, my wife's family has owned for 75 years. It was a 300-year-old lumber mill. It was a carriage house for 68 South Battery right here. The house is slab on grade, so I get it. I understand Mrs. Reynolds, who Rhett discussed, used to live in the property. I was very close with her family. I used to help her during the storms. We both shared the slab on grade. We used to joke we were team South Broad slab on grade. I used to help her move furniture and all that. I was in the house after Irma and Matthew. The house it really didn't get anything in there. And it was the largest tide since Hugo. So to say it floods dramatically is not quite adequate. But I do understand the dilemma with that. I do agree with Rhett. I was out on Linwood during Adelia, and I watched both Irma and Matthew come up Linwood over the Battery Wall during the storm and just rush up. I sat out there during Adelia and watched, as very concerned, I watched the water go in the drains consistently. The water breached the wall at 5:36. I think high tide was at 8. And it went in those drains for 2 hours. And I was very impressed. I've not seen that before. The water came down from the battery, from the park, as Rhett mentioned, and rushed there where the wall wasn't finished. And then it came through. It came through this property, Mr. Pelzer's property, and then it came through, and then kind of settled here. One of the reasons I'm here today is, as Rhett mentioned, we kind of got some kind of quaint houses that kind of fit in the area. As he mentioned, this is two families here, and I did not fight this like I wanted to, like I should have. Currently, all these trees are gone. There's a pool house here and a pool right on the property line. This is my den. I can hear every word they say in the pool all the time. I regret not fighting that, but we're not here to talk about that today. What I'm worried about is me losing privacy. If we tear this down, imagine, I know there's zone for a 3-story massive house. I'm worried about drainage. When they built this pool, they elevated the pool in the house, and against that fence line is basically a damming effect. And I know you're responsible for your own water, but this was a lumber mill. They used to float lumber, 300 years ago. So, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just everybody's still around, and, it is what it is. So I challenge you to look further to this 100-year-old house that's historic in ways to mitigate the flooding rather than just tear it down. And if you do, I'd like to be on the record to really challenge scale, drainage, and privacy. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking?
Hi, my name is Kevin Aberley, and I live up in Hampton Park Terrace. Normally, I'm only concerned about uptown properties, as you know. But my friend Rhett lives, like he said, next door to this, and I was concerned about some of the material that I saw in the application when I was looking for uptown properties, and was a little concerned about some of the material that was submitted about the age and history of the house, which is completely incorrect. So I shared with Frankie some better information, the fact that it shows up in the 29 Sanborn maps, and that the building permit, it could be found in the newspapers to establish its actual age. You can do overlays if you are interested in seeing what portion of the building is actually original and which is not. City permit office also has everything that has been done to this house. So you could put together a comprehensive history from the very beginning if you were interested in pulling off the layers of the onion. But on the one point that I wanted to make on the architecture is, the applicant has sort of emphasized the accretion of the building over time. And I would actually say the opposite. That's actually one of the things that I would think was sort of interesting about it. I mean, nobody would say that we should tear down a Sullivan's Island beach house because it started as a tiny shack and had layers and layers added to it. It's kind of like a pearl that it's nice now and it's interesting. And like Rhett was saying, at almost 100 years old, it certainly deserves the careful attention of the board. So I'll get back to my uptown concerns, but I wanted to add that.
If I might, I don't know what the protocol is, but I've got a lot of neighbors and people from downtown who come here today in opposition of this. And I don't know if you want to show hands or.
If they would just maybe stand and say their name and their address, that would be great for the record.
Mary Rivers 2 Linwood. Carol Kelly at 16 Gibb Street.
And I'm Lucy McGuire, 42 Gibb Street.
David Tyler, 3 Lowndes Street.
Chris Wilson, 7.5 Gibbs.
Ann Kia, 132 South Battery.
Richard Taylor, 5 Tread.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking?
Laurel Kelly with the Preservation Society Charleston. The PSC had the chance to visit the site this morning. We'd like to reinforce the position of the Charlestown Neighborhood Association and directly affected neighbors in expressing our concern with this request. At this time, we do not feel sufficient information has been provided to justify complete demolition. Based on information provided in the submittal and observations on site, it is still unclear which portions of the building are most historic, and further physical investigation of the building's evolution is needed to evaluate this request. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the complete demolition of the house and shed at 32 Linwood Avenue, and we thank the applicant for his time earlier today at the site visit. We are concerned that insufficient information on this house has been submitted. The 1928 Sanborns indicate that the house was constructed prior to 1928. It would be helpful to know the specific date of construction. It would also be helpful to have a clearer understanding of which portions of the house are historic. While we do not object to the demolition of the modern additions to the house and shed, we do not believe a full-scale demolition of the property is justified. We respectfully recommend denial of a complete demolition of the house at 32 Linwood. Thanks.
Anyone else speaking? Okay, we also received 6 written public comments, given that we've heard from a lot of members of the public in the interest of time. I won't read them, but they were provided to all the board members in advance of the meeting, so we have read them, but I will read into the record. It's 6 total comments. All were opposed from Elizabeth Bradham at 64 South Battery, Helen and Ted Gordon at 17 Linwood Boulevard, Ashley Tylis at Lowndes Street, John Thomas, 4.5 agree, Teresa Smythe, 20 New Street, John Redding at 46 Linwood Boulevard. That is the end of public comment. Frankie, will you give us the comments and recommendations, please?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I've had some observations. We also have no objection to the removal of the shed. The structure has minimal visibility due to vegetation, but not structures. We cannot consider vegetation when reviewing or when considering visibility. The house is well built and has been maintained per the application. And while expanded since its initial construction, the house is a great representation of the early half of the 20th century and represents the evolution of this part of the city. Staff recommendation is approval of demolition of shed and denial of demolition of house.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Freundlich, did you want to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Just briefly. I did request from the records department, all of the permits that were on file, and there is not a permit for the 1920 discovery. And I also in earnest looked through all the Sanborn maps and was investigating them and did not come across that. So that is not an intentional omission. That is in fact the case. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but we, in thinking about how we move forward, are interested to understand under what terms the renovation or development of the property might be being able to be considered. And there was mention of one of the commentators mentioned the modern additions, having no objection to removal of the modern additions. But the question of raising the house is still an open one, even if it involves working with a portion of the house to be deemed most historic.
And we can talk about that in the board discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'm gonna jump in real quick. Well, I saw in your research. I do remember working on this house, but saw it was 22 years ago, which is a little shocking. 22 years ago, I can attest to the northernmost maps. If you go to the site plan given A100.0 here, yeah. This northernmost mass is new. I had actually designed a car park area for that. It got enclosed, I guess, in 14. It became that extra room. So that's all new. And then this area down here that was the kitchen was actually a screen porch that was not historic. As far as the other parts of the house, unfortunately, that was probably a couple of 300 or so projects ago. And I don't have that good of a memory, but I would say, and I'm trying to say this in response to what the applicant was just asking about potentially what could and couldn't be done. visible is the most historic part of the house. However, this is historic as well. It does have quite a bit of age to it. So this main mass right here would be really what would be, I believe, the primary consideration of historic. That's not, and that up there, you know. I just wanted to throw that in real quick.
And that seems pretty much aligned with what he's indicating, would you say?
Yeah.
And that notwithstanding, think it might behoove the applicant to engage a local architectural historian, because they really can ferret out a lot of interesting details that are often unexpected and very enlightening. And I think that, would certainly help you understand the house better, and it might help your case in terms of that center core and how it evolved and what the most historic part is and how it has been affected by all these changes over the years. I will say that personally, that would be very helpful. And I feel like, in my mind, doors are open to other radical possibilities, but it would help me tremendously to have some good faith, diagrammatic indication of what might be proposed to replace this, if that's something we're going to consider. So, I feel like that would help me to consider it.
So if it was a partial demo application and then it were submitted with a proposal of what?
Or if it were justifiable to ask again for full demolition based on a more detailed history and assessment of the property, coupled with some indication of what would be coming after that, that would really help me to assess and make a decision. But right now, I'm just, I think I have some understanding of the evolution, but it's a little gray. And I think a good architectural historian could really enlighten all of us about how it got to where it is.
You have a question more for Phil, I guess. How difficult is it to raise a slab on grade?
You can do it. I mean, I've never personally been involved in that. But it's certainly done.
Usually don't raise the slab, usually.
Sometimes they raise them on the slab. It's probably not every structure, but but if it's the right conditions are right, they can actually elevate slab and everything. I don't know that there's room to do that back there, but there are certainly ways to elevate even the parts of the structure that are on slab on grade. It's complicated, it's technical, but it is certainly doable. Know that it is expensive, but that is not within our purview to consider.
I
Since
guess you would have to detach the more modern structures in order to
from it, and I'm sure it would involve substantial intrusion into the interior finishes. My instinct is that's going to happen in this house anyway, if it remains. I think, I'm just guessing, but I think the intent is to probably do a lot of changes to this house, particularly if the initial intent is just to knock it down and build a new one. And so, for me, the important issue here is it's flooding. I think tend to agree with one of the speakers that when you buy a house, a historic house in Charleston, you are buying a historic house that exists, not the house you want necessarily. Hopefully it's the historic house you want, but buying a historic house in Charleston with the idea that this is not the house you want, you're just simply going to make it the house you want, I think is the wrong approach to take. That being said, I also understand that we can't ignore the fact that the historic inventory in Charleston has to get its feet out of the water sometimes. We have to be, I think we have to be responsible about that. So for me, the biggest issue here is flooding. And I think just what you said. I think with further investigation and documentation and a good argument that what parts of the house are most recent and what's my parts of the structure might be less valuable, then the truly valuable part of the house might be elevated and parts of it might be open for demolition, which is a compromise solution. My concern with total demolition is not only the fact that the house is, so the core of the house is almost 100 years old, but that our approach to keeping historic structures out of the water should not be to knock them down and build new ones.
Yeah, and I will say, when I worked on it, I didn't research that because we took a fairly light hand with what we did with the historic part of the house. And it's not surprising to me to hear that more recent, Mr. Everly mentioned some more recent discovery that dated the house a bit older, and that doesn't surprise me. Again, I'm going by 22 years of recollection. Sharpest, but I think that's a really good idea, because there definitely are, maybe not even one particular historic, but I would say there's probably at least two historic masses that are worthy and should be considered in this scenario of this house. But there are a lot of superfluous additions and things, and I'm responsible for one of them pretty much. The footprint of the need. So I think, yeah, that's a great idea that Julia was proposing.
I agree with that. I'm in line with my fellow board members. I'm not opposed to demolishing the things that Bill built. I'm not opposed to demolishing portion
You know, you've been around too long and they're tearing down your stuff.
but yeah, I agree that Julia, I think that's a great idea and important part of this project to understand what the historic structures are. So
I don't really have anything else to add. I agree with what's been said so far.
I was thinking about a motion for deferral. To allow the applicant to further investigate the history and evolution of the structure. And the board comments to provide a good faith indication of what might be proposed if demolition were granted. Just diagrammatic, more or less.
That's sure. We can't include in our motion a requirement for showing what would come next. Our motion would have to be based purely on the structure itself.
That board comment, board requests.
Or suggestion.
Yes, whatever you want to call it. And about the shed. Or just a deferral on all of this. Just defer.
all right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral of demolition of the house and shed to allow the applicant to further investigate the history and evolution of the structure. And a board suggestion, the applicant might provide a good faith indication of what might be proposed if demo is granted. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
The motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Bill Moore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Flyman. Okay, agenda item 4 is 2.5 Atlantic Street. Frankie, to give us an introduction overview of the project, please. Oh.
Changing of guard. Look, I mean, honey, can and then the other parts, and that was just like.
Frankie, I think you can.
2.5 Atlantic is not rated in Charlestown circa 1985 in the Old and Historic District. This is an appeal of a staff approval. This is the property's location on the corner of Atlantic and Zigzag Alley. Some existing site photos. Sanborn from 1888. Sanborn from 1951. And what we have in here for the applicant's presentation is actually the 2 staff approvals for this project. So I don't know if you want me to go to a specific part of the approvals. It's your choice.
Yeah, I would, so go ahead and let's take a look at it. Please.
Yes.
Okay.
So this was 2 permits that were approved, originally for a generator stand, a generator and stand, with a condition requiring screening, and then the second permit, which was the one within the time frame when the appeal was issued, is the one for a fence that provided that screening. So if you guys want, I'll just flip through them. I'm sure you're not interested in the specs of the generator itself, so. This was the proposed location. The existing HVAC. And then this was the approval for the fence that was used for screening. Site plan shows the existing generator stand there at the top.
Good evening, I'm Andrew Hargett, landscape architect and arborist here in Charleston. I've been named by the neighbors at Zigzag Alley. Feel that sometimes redress is just necessary. We think that there were some essential procedural errors and some architectural issues that haven't quite been resolved. Installation of the generator at the rear of the garage must be screened from view, is on the original application. We feel the location is not the rear of the garage, but the side of the garage, because it's 90 degrees from where the garage doors are. The screening for the generator is to match the screening for the HVAC. As can be plainly seen in one of the earlier photographs that Frankie showed us, the HVAC is not screened at all. So, information there. The generator is essentially on the street in this and in the neighbor's front yard, directly across from it. The generator is large. The stand lifts it 5 feet up into the air. Plus the height of the generator puts it well over 8 feet. That means the screen has to be enormous. I wonder if staff had considered the location and the implications of what this barrier will visually do to the narrow alley, Zigzag Alley. My understanding is that the generator was installed in mid-April. Yet it's October and we're now discussing what the screen is going to look like. So we're a little curious of that. It seems like the screen should have been approved before the generator was installed so that one could have quickly followed the other. The proposed fence is not in keeping with the historic nature of the property nor the neighborhood. Zigzag Alley has many wonderful historic homes on it with historic easements. There's a lot of tourism traffic and locals alike that come down that alley. The height, scale, and proportion and lack of detailing is unacceptable. And the fence is designed essentially as a 7'6" tall vertical span. Given no articulation, no detailing, just vertical boards. Not much different than a stockade fence. And then they put a lattice topper on top of that fence. So now we have 10 feet, which kind of makes it out of scale for the garage. So it seems to be incongruous with its location. I understand the need for the staff level approvals so that this board's not inundated with regular items. Items of this sensitivity require a bit more involvement. The impact already has been substantial to the neighborhood. If upheld, this will set a dangerous precedent across the city of Charleston, especially given the fact that more generators are being installed every day. We appreciate you looking into this matter. Oh, there's one other thing. You said that the zoning can't really be addressed by this board. I don't disagree, but there is a root zone encroachment problem that nobody seems to notice. That live oak is a grand tree. It is 23" and 14". And I could not find a root zone encroachment permit in the city records. And there is a 6" slab, at least 6" slab. I'm sure they excavated down as well. 8 feet from those roots. So they are into the buttress roots of that tree. So that's something else that we feel is a procedural problem with this application. And well, I think we appreciate you looking into this matter and reviewing it with fresh eyes and see what you would do if it was on your street or your front yard. Thank you.
Mr. Hargis? Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? Appellant?
I have one question, Frankie. If you could, I don't know if you would know this or not, but you probably have no way of verifying it unless somebody was sent out there. Do we know that if this generator is anything higher than FEMA requires?
My understanding was that the height was required by the floodplain.
Right, that's what I mean. I'm just wondering if they built any higher than they were.
I don't believe so, but I would have to send someone to verify.
And my other question is, I think I know the answer to this. The appeal process is over with for the generator, right? So this appeal is only for the fence, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for an appeal on staff decision for fence to screen the generator at 2.5 Atlantic Street. We have several concerns about the generator location and the proposed mitigation. It is unfortunate that the generator was installed in such a visible location along Zigzag Alley. While the generator is at the backyard of 2.5 Atlantic Street, it is effectively in the front yard for all the neighbors along Zigzag Alley. The BAR typically requires the mechanical systems such as generators and HVAC equipment have minimal visible impact on the public right of way. Although a short street, Zigzag Alley is a public right of way, and visibility consideration should have equal weight as on Atlantic Street. We believe the generator should have been placed within the existing fenced yard of 2.5 Atlantic Street so that the neighbors would not be impacted. We also want to be on the record that it is unfortunate that generators must be elevated to comply with FEMA regulations. Generators are unattractive, and in placing them upon platforms accentuates their appearance, and screening is aesthetically awkward when it exceeds 6 feet in height. We would like confirmation that the height of the generator stand does not exceed the height requirements by FEMA. The proposed mitigation does not improve the appearance of the generator or the property as a whole. A wood fence is a downgrade in materials from the existing masonry wall and will always look like a later addition to screen a generator. We understand that the existing masonry wall cannot be extended due to potential wood or root damage to the live oak tree. Rather than settling for the proposed wood fence, we think more effort should be made to screen the generator in an attractive manner that befits the street. We suggest that a shed should be constructed to house the generator. It is our understanding that the neighbors would prefer a shed structure over a wood fence and would support an application to the BZA to accommodate this. HCF has easement restrictions on 3 of the historic properties along Zigzag Alley. These owners have worked hard to maintain the historic character of their houses. We are aligned with them in the objections to the work done at 2.5 Atlantic Street, and we respectfully recommend approval of the appeal. We encourage the neighbors to work together on a mutually agreeable solution. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. This has been an unfortunate failure of public process, and we are sympathetic to the neighbors' concerns. Notification requirements are in place to ensure the public is aware of proposals impacting their neighborhoods, and we encourage the applicant to closely collaborate with neighbors and BAR staff on developing an appropriate screening solution. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public?
Good evening, Sebastian von Martel. I believe this is the right time to jump in maybe for some clarification and some comments on the drawings that were submitted. I can't speak to the generator location. I was brought in at the end of April by the neighbors actually to help come up with a screening solution for the generator that was already there when I got there. So I'd like to just really quickly go through a little bit of background analysis, the clarifications for the board to consider while we go through this. We met at the end of April with the owner and with several neighbors on the street. We subsequently had other design meetings there, reviewed a couple of different options, a couple of different schemes, all of which were drawn and presented and distributed to the neighbors for their comments and feedback. We looked at a couple of, one of the options we looked at was extending that masonry wall. We looked at an option that had a full enclosure, and then we looked at an option that you see here, which is more kind of a wood screen with the lattice on top. And a couple of the key pros and cons that I think are critical for that. The first is the wall itself. I believe there's a lot of public comment that addressed a desire to maybe extend that. We do feel that extending that wall would do a couple of very harmful things. And this is something that came up in conversation with Gary Pope, as the city building inspector. This is a coastal A zone. It's not just an A zone. So any wall that is built there has to have a foundation that resists scour, which means we're digging down quite far. It has to meet a bunch of other engineering requirements. So extending that wall actually into the drip line of the tree would only cause additional damage in that area. On top of that, the wall is pretty close to the property line. We feel that a design that steps back is more sympathetic, because it allows more of a buffer for some planting screening as well, rather than extending the wall directly where it is. It also allows us to turn the corner a little more easily. And lastly, we feel that there's frankly precedent all over the town for wood screen mechanical units. In fact, there are a couple immediately adjacent to this property, directly behind and directly to the side. The full building shed that has been proposed, we do understand. We met with a lot of the neighbors. We understand there are concerns about visibility from other locations beyond the public right of way. As we pursued that option, there were a couple of things there too. Obviously, there's the regulatory hurdles which were alluded to, but in addition to that, the impervious coverage, again, directly in the drip line of the tree was a major concern. So having a roof, so water can get the area that's left kind of there to get to the roots. And two, the cost and the precedent for creating a full building to enclose mechanical systems. Like I said, cost prohibitive, but also an interesting study if all mechanical systems in flood zones south of Broad had to be enclosed within a roofed structure. We'd see a lot of little towers sort of in people's backyards. Any mechanical unit that wasn't set on a roof would be have to cover an elevated unit. So those were a couple of things that came up. I mentioned the precedent immediately around there and sort of in other parts of the peninsula. And then, you know, like I said, this has been a process where we did go back and forth. It's regrettable that unfortunately neighbors are not satisfied with the final design that was put forward. There was a lot of back and forth in the process. And, you know, if there are concerns about articulation or changing trim or things like that, that's certainly something to be open to. You know, the height is obviously driven by a desire to completely screen this generator. It is elevated because of flood. The height of the wood fence versus the lattice on top is meant to continue the existing datum that's there. And lastly, oh, one thing missed as well. Unfortunately, the fence construction itself, when it went to permit, again, coastal A zone, it has to meet a 40% open requirement. So just single slats side by side, even it would not technically be allowed. And that's actually something the permit review office requested to change, because it has to be breakaway and it has to be 40% open to allow water to rush through. So a lot of constraints on this, and we understand the concern and the complexity about that. And if the neighbors have any you know, thoughts on small adjustments that can be made within those constraints to try to improve the aesthetic, we're very much open to that. So I thank you for your time.
I'm Greg Finch. I live at 06. I just want to make a couple comments. Imagine you look out your window or your front door and you see a box the size of that screen right there. It's in your face, and it doesn't really impact me like it does my neighbors. So when we talk about cost and concerns, think about the value of my neighbors, the value of their yard. And when you look out your porch and you see an object like that, no matter what you put there, it's just really in your face. And it's not a complaint against the AMR, but it's just, this is a very unique, small alley, and there's not a lot of potential for this kind of big space. So the neighbors want to work very closely with the AMR to make it right. And that's been put forth from the very beginning. But I challenge you to come see this object, because these pictures don't do it justice. I want to, you know, put some of these back up, the live pictures, and it's absurd. Okay, so just want to make my comment. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking?
I'm George Coger. My wife and I live at 3 Zigzag Alley. I will just say that, first of all, this was not an open process. We didn't see a posting originally of permits, and I don't know why. And I'm not going to speculate as to why, but we didn't. The other issue is that we have heard it's going to be costly. This is a $3 million house. You cannot afford to make it right. So, I'm sorry, that's the issue. The problem is that all of the neighbors work very, very closely together. We've had a very amicable relationship for years. And Ms. Gear is here to attest to that fact. Point is that we haven't been incorporating the process, despite what Sebastian said. It's not been true. So what I would ask the board is that we absolutely be included, because we haven't been. And that a better solution, although maybe it's moot at this point, would have always been to move it within the confines of the wall and the property. You know, the expression is not in my neighborhood. Well, not in my yard. So put it in the yard, but that's probably a moot point. Point is, we have not been consulted. This is a very, very poor solution. And I think it negates from the historical character of the neighborhood. We all know that Zigzag is extraordinarily significant. And we need to make sure the character of the neighborhood is maintained. Thank you very much.
Everyone.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, it's too short for these things. I'm Maura Watson. My husband Ben is here, and we're the owners at 2.5 Atlantic Street. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I'm sorry, some very sticky grandchildren gave me laryngitis, so I usually don't have such an interesting voice. Bear with me. We want to first thank the bar very sincerely for your time tonight, and also the bar staff for its professionalism, particularly the patience they've shown the last couple of days. This was a surprise to us. We didn't know anything about the process, and the staff was extremely helpful in answering questions. I also sincerely want to thank my neighbors for being here, and the other public commenters that took the time to speak about the issue. I think it's a testament to the strong feeling that people have about the alley, and that's commendable. We also sincerely love Zigzag Alley, so we purchased the home there. And we look forward to resolving this issue with a well-built fence that's appropriate to the location. We were, however, surprised at this appeal of the fence permit, which the architect who's here tonight, Andrew. We did call several times to see if we could learn more before we came tonight. None of those calls were returned, unfortunately. As highlighted by our architect who just spoke, we regularly have engaged in conversation and have shared 100% of all the planning for the fence at every stage with our neighbors. And we have email and other testimony to that fact. My husband and I had always planned to screen the installation. In fact, it's a condition of the permit for the generator. We shared this intentions with neighbors. But we and the neighbors together in May, the generator went up in May, determined that minimal screening was not sufficient. And the better design would be a well-designed fence that would provide something better for Zigzag than the simple screening that was required. So we therefore went beyond that minimal screening requirement and commenced the process to design a much improved structure. We were proactive with and solicitous of neighbors throughout this period of discussion. One proof of this is that during the initial discussions, our neighbors requested that we use a specific architect, Sebastian, for this work. And Sebastian's one who stood up. We did so. We accepted that recommendation without argument or consideration of any other architects, and certainly not with any concern for cost. We did so knowing that this selection was important to our neighbors, and also that we would have better assurance of neighborly support, as they clearly admired other work by Sebastian and trusted him in this professional capacity. For the next several months, items discussed with neighbors included materials, color of the fence, height, door placement, and overall design. We shared all versions of fence plans with our neighbors every step of the way, even allowing and paying for discussions between the neighbors and our architect, Sebastian, when we were not present. The final submitted plans included many of the neighbors' requests and adjustments and were shared with all neighbors prior to submission. Where are we now? We have approved plans for a custom fence prepared by a well-respected Charleston architect, which extends in color and height an existing wall, which shields entirely the mechanical installation and which will be installed by a well-respected construction firm using high-quality materials to include bespoke lattice identical to the existing custom-made lattice. We understand and appreciate the differences of individual taste will persist, which express variation is one of the lovely and surprising aspects of historic Charleston. There is, however, no perfection in fence building design consensus when multiple parties have disparate stylistic opinions. It is for precisely this reason that we hired this architect, hand-selected by our neighbors, to design a fence which would attempt to accommodate many, but not all, of the expressed preferences, and certainly to work within and satisfy all the requirements of the city. And I think through Sebastian's comments, it's clear that there were some restrictions on what could go up there. We made sure that we satisfied all those requirements. At the time we finally submitted the permit request in mid-August, we had been discussing design on this 13-foot by 6.5-foot fence for months. We are now 5 months past our initial design discussions with neighbors, which was pointed out by Andrew. We did begin these discussions within days of the installation itself with neighbors. At some point, discussion should stop and construction begin. Is the design reasonable? Yes. Is it fit for the purpose intended? Yes. Will it attempt to mimic structure already existence in the alley? Yes. Has the bar staff agreed that it suits the neighborhood? Yes. We very respectfully request the board to support the bar staff approval for the fence permit as submitted, or with minimal trim articulation adjustment, so that we are able to move this along the construction stage and beautify the location, which we know is what everyone here tonight sees. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking?
All right, I can't stand, I have a broken knee, I have to speak from here.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Darlene Shaw, and I live at 3 Zigzag Alley. And I agree with much of what Maura Watson just said. The process did indeed start out very collegial. They hired an architect that we suggested to them. They looked at a list of our requests. And then frankly, it broke down from there. And what we have now is a stockade fence that has been submitted to the BAR and approved by the staff. It does not incorporate any of the elements that we initially asked them for. In fact, we didn't even know that this plan had been submitted to the staff until we checked with the BAR to find out that it had been posted, that it had been submitted. So, I respect what Maura said, but it's not accurate. We were involved indeed in the beginning of the process. And at some point, we were not at all involved and did not even know about the next steps that they were taking. And this is on top of the fact that the initial posting for the initial staff approval of the fence was never ever posted. I mean, so the BAR's own procedures were not followed from the day that the generator was conceived. So we would just ask for you to please uphold the appeal and to compel all of us to come to a better solution than a stockade fence with a panel, non-custom panel of lattice on top of it. So thank you for your time. We very much appreciate it.
All right, and we also had 7 comments submitted that similar to the last application, these were provided to the board prior to the meeting, so we've all had the opportunity to review them. So I'll just say that all 7 support the appeal. These were written by Shan Welch Gillespie, 4 Zigzag Alley, Darlene Shaw, 3 Zigzag Alley, Larry Gillespie, 4 Zigzag Alley, George Kogar, 3 Zigzag Alley, Justine Waldrop, 2 Zigzag Alley, Sandra Molman at 16 Bedens Alley, and Teresa Smythe at 20 New Street. That is all of our public comments. Frankie, do give us some staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, since this is an appeal of staff approval, we do not have any comments or recommendation. I do have a little bit of a timeline for the board. The original permit for the generator and stand were approved in February with the condition of screening to match the HVAC screening. In April, we received a complaint about unscreened equipment, and the homeowner informed us that they were in the process of having the screen designed. We did meet with Sebastian multiple times to discuss screening iterations. In September, a fence enclosure was approved to meet the requirement of screening. And then in October, we received the appeal of the fence.
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Hargett, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments? You don't necessarily have to.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Thank you. All right, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
It sounds like we're stuck with the location generator, so it's kind of a moot point now. Yeah, I would be curious if it were built any higher than what it was supposed to be, because it would be wonderful if it could come down in height. This is very unneighborly in my opinion. But I think we do need something better than just a wooden fence And yes, there are tree roots involved. But I have designed walls, masonry walls, where you do some investigative work. You find out where your major roots are. And you bridge those. It's more like, putting a steel lintel in over a window door. So it's possible to do so. So I think it is possible to extend this wall, masonry wall, and I think it would look so much better. It would look cohesive with what's already there. And it's just a much higher quality material. Another thing which I've seen done plenty of times is it's possible to build a treated wood frame and apply concrete board to it and apply a stucco finish to that. And it will pretty closely mimic the existing wall itself. So, short of moving this thing, which it sounds like we can't, I would like to see the masonry wall continue while working around the tree roots, and I think that's possible.
I would, I completely understand aesthetically, but there is that coastal aid consideration that's kind of difficult to me, so that it.
Is that because it has to be breakaway?
Breakaway and 40%.
Could it be designed in a way where if you did use some sort of a wood frame construction that was, say, covered with concrete board and stucco, where those panels could be breakaway? I don't know if there's any way to design it like that.
And
Okay.
What,
But yeah, it's difficult, but obviously what you're saying is correct. I mean, the stand is there. In hindsight, might have had a suggestion, maybe relocating the HVAC equipment a little further back, and then you could push the stand back behind the masonry, existing masonry wall. And it would have been probably a lot easier operation. I think that the extension of the HVAC screening system, the lattice top, and I guess Andrew called it the stockade base. By basically just sort of continuing everything else, it's a lot bigger than it actually needs to be. It's another thing that's sort of pretty big distraction is the fact that now there's this big massive amount of this screening and fencing material. So I know there are some access clearance issues with generators, and that's going to be an issue that you're going to have to contend with going forward. But I personally think the screening and continuation of the HVAC screening is a little bit heavy-handed. I mean, it's much taller than the unit. The unit's really just slightly taller than that masonry wall that's adjacent to it. All that lattice screening and device that adds another couple of feet in height. It's probably not even really needed. So I think that all that screening definitely could be minimized at the least. Maybe come up with something. Now, again, clearances are an issue. I didn't see any diagram of clearance requirements, but I'm pretty confident that most of the generators I've dealt with really have access from one side. Not kind of lifts that thing up anymore from one side. So I would believe that that screening can be quite a bit. The presence of all of that lattice composition and all of that could be reduced quite a bit. If again, we're having worked with the location.
I agree. The lattice, even the existing lattice, is not attractive. I was out there today, and the existing lattice is even kind of wonky in places. So sometimes you have to ask you the question of, is it worth screening at all? I mean,
sight lines.
Yeah, you look at sight lines, and and it gets to the point where the screening is almost more obtrusive than a little bit of the unit poking at it up top. So I agree that the lattice is probably shouldn't be there, and ideally it would maybe even come off of the existing wall. I think. But that's not for us to decide. I think pulling the screening back from the front corner of the garage would help a lot as well. And like Bill said, try to make this as small as possible.
I think that the lattice on top of the masonry wall is an unfortunate existing condition, and I don't know about the clearance if the line of that masonry wall is required for clearance from that generator. I do know that most of those, depending on how they're set, most of those generators, the top flips up, the front panel comes down. And so there has to be some clearance there, but you can mount them either way, but you got to have clearance to access that front panel. And I think if you could, I agree with you, I think if you could pull that in, and I mean, you'd have to run the engineering, but as you mentioned, I mean, we have floated any number of great big masonry walls on stainless steel lintels and very carefully investigated and bored deep footers, just to sonotube footers, and for breakaway and scouring, there would have to be some engineering done. But if you wanted to make that a masonry wall, I think it might not be possible, but clearly that has not been investigated. And we've floated great big masonry walls across significant spaces to avoid roots and pin them and supported them that way. So you're right, that's a possibility perhaps, but not for sure, because the engineering would have to be right to compensate for scouring.
And I guess with that height comment,
but I think
that masonry wall would be tall enough without that lattice.
It could be, but I think if you could pull it in, maybe make it look like masonry or make it masonry. It would be better. The stockade, the sort of stockade styles with flat with the lattice on top is really not a very attractive continuation of an already not very attractive feature.
The eave line of the garage, when you're at it, it's especially evident when you're out there, the eave line of the garage is so low. Having something really tall there, it doesn't look good, not at all.
I know the house pretty well, and that's always been an unfortunate when that thing is done.
So I mean, if personally, I would rather see a little bit of the unit peeking up above than to run a wall or fence all the way up to practically the eve of
For two-dimensional elevation, right? I have a question of staff, I guess. I'm just curious how we got here, because it does appear that on your approval of the generator, initially, there was the condition that sort of indicated what the screening was supposed to be, and somehow that didn't happen. And so I'm sure that the naked generator has been really offensive for all these months.
Yes, so the original approval required screening to match the existing. And then we were contacted and notified by neighbors that it was unscreened. When we reached out to the homeowner, they said they were in the process of having screening design. They were working with neighbors. So our understanding was that that was kind of taking place and a more preferred screening method was being designed and would be put in place.
And our options at this point are,
And it is a staff, so I think this is a staff decision. So we given commentary about what would be proper. I don't want to say what we would approve, because I think it's a staff decision, but I think our options are to firm or
approve the appeal or
approve the appeal.
deny the
Yeah.
appeal.
So,
I guess,
I mean, it has to be screened, right? I mean, that's the requirement. So I guess, you know.
And then the appeal is the appeal of staff's approval of the fence.
We would grant the appeal and essentially, I guess, overturn the staff's decision, or we could affirm, deny the appeal and affirm the staff decision.
So if we approve the appeal, then in essence, we're sending it back to the drawing board.
That's right.
Is that correct? Right.
Yeah.
Which is the screening apparatus, is what we're sending back to the drawing board, it's the screening apparatus.
Yeah.
Because the generator.
Yeah, not the location of the generator. That's done. If you
Bill,
want it
that
out.
ships.
Yeah.
I would think, given the discussions that we've had, we've even thrown out a few comments and commentary that hopefully.
The key thing is to get everybody on the same page about what's gonna be there regardless. And so if everybody could get on the same page about what it should look like, I think maybe this could
It's good that-
reasonably resolve.
Sounds like there's consensus.
Good that the neighbors have gotten together, and it's good that
Oh, here.
at least there
Yeah.
has been some dialogue that could continue
This is not
on.
the board.
I think what we need to do is, if we're going to grant or say yay to the appeal, is to just either give a basis of our commentary or just hope that Mr. Von Marshall, I'm assuming you're going to continue on with this, has heard our commentary.
Yeah.
And can go with that, so.
And the commentary is helpful for staff too, since this is
Yeah.
going back
Yeah.
to staff, assuming, well,
I don't know if we need to word that into our motion. I think we can just.
I don't think so. I think we either up or down.
I think so too.
yeah. That's my thing we can do.
So, and I would say that based on the fact, I think I commented, I think a continuation of that screening system with that upper lattice, and everything is just too heavy handed. It's just too big and too
So
tall.
you can put conditions on the screening when it comes back to staff. If you reverse the staff approval.
Yeah, I mean, I would still like to leave the door open for whatever solution, because I believe the input of the neighbors is important to this matter, and I think, you know, if they can come to a consensus. I think what we would be saying as far as a directive would be to minimize the height. And, if possible, you could entertain a continuation of the masonry wall. I think that would, at its height, would potentially be viable. Also set it back from the corner of the garage. That would be about as specific as I think I could.
And I think because of the lack of the consensus, maybe we don't want to put conditions because we want to encourage them to study all the options.
That's-
That's right. So were you making a motion to grant?
Yeah, that what the motion would be, and that's what procedurally say that I think.
General staff's approval.
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor to grant the appeal of staff approval of the fence. Right, we have a motion, to grant the appeal of the staff approval of the fence. And revoke the approval, yes. Do I have a second to Bill Hughes' motion?
Second.
Bill Turner, the motion to the vote, Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
Nay opposed.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you all. Someone just.
Ingenuity.
Yeah.
Okay, agenda item 124 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
124 Rutledge, we are back to 124 Rutledge. It was category 4 in Charleston Village circa 1915 in the old and historic district, requesting conceptual approval for dormer addition at rear elevation. Again, this is the property's location on Rutledge. And since I already went through contact slide with you guys before, I'm just gonna let the applicant for the.
I apologize. I knew this was on here and I should have let you. So I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
please.
we didn't think about it when we put the agenda together either.
Hi, Chris Jericho again. First, see in the back. So right now, there's an existing, we have an existing dormer in the front, existing dormer on the side. We'd like to add a dormer facing the rear of the yard to let, it's facing east. So it's a double dormer, so it's gonna be upstairs. They would like to add a finished room up there, which is really kids' playroom / just extra space, but they want this beaming light coming in through there. So they would like to mimic the other two dormers that are already existing on the structure. Go to the. Quickly, slide to the. Okay. So this existing with the existing hip of the addition, we want to add the dormer facing the east. We want it a little bit wider than the existing dormer just to get a double window in there. These have single hung wooden windows, like 1/1 light. And we'd like to mimic the 1/1 light in the back and the rear. The next slide show the elevation. Here we go, right here where the existing, the chimney is going to be removed. Just go up to the peak of the hip, and these would be not casement windows like that. It is actually a double hung egress window. We like to use a Marvin window there. It is Marvin coastline egress window. We would match the siding of the main house to go up around the dormers. Right now, the existing roof is just architectural shingles that was put on. Probably the roof's only 5 years old, like the shingles are. They were replaced previous old shingles. That's what. Down here is an existing porch, which is not visible from the way of the yard, so it's not really trophy. They just want to add sliding door, glass doors, and keep an existing porch in the back. But for now, we're just adding approval for the visible dormer that's visible from Calhoun Street, not from Rutledge.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Is there anyone speaking from the public? All right, and there was no written public comments submitted. Frankie, if you'll give us these staff comments and recommendations, please.
We had a couple observations, just that the dormer will change the roof line of the existing house, but it's not visible from Rutledge and will only be visible from Calhoun Street and from a distance. Windows in the proposed addition appear to be casements that, while not specifically visible, offer differentiation from the existing house and will preserve the timeline of the evolution of the structure. Staff recommendations for conceptual approval with final review by staff with permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Do the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments?
Yeah.
Okay, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
So staff's comment is to keep casement windows, I believe you just indicated that, I think that's a graphic mistake on the drawings, that they're actually intended to be double hungs to match the existing windows in the house. I'm just about that little conundrum.
I'm okay with double hungs.
Yeah. I think-
In one, I'm sure it's an oversight, but on the drawings, the dormers show no corner boards, and there are corner boards on the stone house.
Yeah, that's the question I was gonna ask, is just because the drawings are a little basic. Was that all the detailing is gonna match the existing dormer? That's correct, all the trim.
Yes, because they don't show corner boards.
Okay.
in the doors.
Yeah, the other, I guess, other thing I was looking at was, the fact that the, sort of the side pit, if you will, the new proposed dormer sort of engages the hip line of the roof. It's shown on the side elevation where there's actually the line of continuation of the hip. I'd almost like to see if we could put that dormer off the hip, that way it's fully disengaged and obviously an addition on a roof plane. That might read better as far as the historical evolution of the house. And also, I think we should make it a condition whenever we see applications with new windows, that there be window specifications and cut sheets provided to staff at the time for approval of the exact products proposed and used
For final review.
for final review.
Um,
And that would be a criteria for that final approval, that the window cut sheets have to be submitted.
yeah.
We're working on a handout for final reviews that would include details like that. We'll talk later.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. I think conceptually, I think it is okay. And I think, details need to be clarified and specified, and there's a lot of light patterns going on in the actual house that are shown here, and it'd be important to decide what those are and get that on the record. But in terms of conceptually, and the visibility of the porches, we don't need to worry about that.
I cannot see them. Okay.
Personally,
I thought you were about to make a motion. That's why.
go ahead.
He wanted to just give you his comments, and then I get your motion.
I just interrupt. I thought you were sizing it up, not good. I was just throwing that in.
I think the applicant, and I think the applicant would want to do that naturally. I would make a motion for conceptual approval for the dormer addition at rear elevation. How about final review by staff? I think final review by staff is okay, and a board condition to refine and clarify all of those details.
You're okay with final review by staff?
I think so.
Motion on the floor for conceptual approval, for dormer addition to rear elevation with final review by staff, with a board comment to refine and clarify all proposed details. So a second to Julia's motion.
Second.
Thank you. All right, we'll put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey. The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to wait.
Agenda item 6, 59 Broad Street, Julia.
Oh, yes.
Get out.
Okay.
Frankie, you will give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
59 Broad Street, it's not rated in Charlestown, pre-1844 in the Olden Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for reconstructing the third floor and adding a new half-story and for facade alterations. This is the property's location on Broad Street. Some existing site photos. Context across the street. Adjacent buildings to the west. And to the east. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Dan Sweeney. This project was, I can use this, right?
Yes.
The term slides.
But if you have issues,
Okay.
let me know.
This is actually the previous application. This is not the application. So there's going to be some slides that you may not see in here, but we submitted for a meeting a couple of meetings ago, and then we couldn't be on that meeting, so we were forced to be at this meeting because of the agenda. It was too large. But we were given the opportunity just to, after we had received some comments from Historic Charleston and the Preservation Society, submit a new set of drawings. This is the older one, but we'll get through this. The building is a two-story masonry building. On the far right is what was built in 1940. Shown on the Sanborn maps, two-story, was built as an insurance company. Building on the left is photographs from what we believe in and around the 20s. But there's no vestige of that there anymore. It's important to see this slide here. Our building fronts out onto Broad Street, and we did some site studies back here in St. Michael's Alley of 4, 6, and 8. That are in the other presentation, but it's important to know that be part of this presentation here. Here are some site photos of the building. It's a two-story, again, masonry building. It's CMU block with brick veneer. It's painted on Broad Street, and the upper left-hand shot is the rear of the building. It's painted on the rear. It's fully on the front, all on the rear. There is an alley that we own, approximately 5 feet. It's on the right-hand side of the building as you're facing it, and it is unpainted masonry. It's again cut masonry, and the third floor of this building was built in 1985. The owners that sold it to my clients bought this in the 1970s and then moved themselves, their insurance company on the first and second floor, and a residence in the top floor. That top third floor has 8-foot ceilings in it right now. It's actually 7'10" to the bottom of the wood truss up there. And the goal of the project is to have a first floor retail, has yet to be named, a second floor high-end apartment. The third floor is my client's residence. And so we're hoping to gain adequate, just normal ceiling height. We have in our section somewhere between 10 and 10.5 feet of ceiling height on that third floor. It's important to point out as well that Russell Rosen is our structural engineer and has an office just 2 doors down. It's very convenient for him. He's been in the building several times, and the whole front face of the building, which is the upper left-hand corner, is it's cut brick from the 1985 with no exterior sheathing on it at all. The brick ties are fully rusted through. And the only thing holding that masonry back is acting like a little sail right now if we were to take the 2 sidewalls off. But it's a condition that along with the condition underneath every single one of the windows and our flat roof, which actually is a nice material. It's a copper flat roof, but it's installed at the wrong pitch, and it's damming up against the alley side of the building. And the underside of the plywood, which you can see is all black. There's mildew throughout the whole top floor
on the roof, then underneath, we have severely compromised walls underneath each one of the windows. So it's stucco on the other three walls on this third floor right here. These are all pictures of the third floor right here. So I think it is important to point out the first and second floors have between 11 and 12 foot floor to ceiling heights. And then again, up here, this is 7 feet 10. These are some quick floor plans. First floor existing and proposed. Really, we're talking about the biggest part of this right here is a height scale and mass for what we want to do on the upper floor. So I'm going to go through this quickly. There is an elevator that exists in the first 3 floors. That was the second floor. This is the third floor, and here's the roof. The elevator tower is in the upper shot. It's post-shade red in the bottom picture. And we are looking to do on this roof here, we're asking to take down all 4 walls of the third floor, leave the third floor plate, and then rebuild the third floor. It would be brick, and then add a half story, which this is in a 3.5 story height district, which the half story means we can take half of the footprint of the floor beneath it. And I thought long and hard about this as a designer. I'm not new to this, but I'm looking at putting it on Broad Street. And here would be the roof plan of that. So I did a site study, pretty intensive site study of the street, both walking it to really understand. I had to go out there on Sundays in the really middle of the morning to walk and get in the street and understand the heights and scale and mass of the buildings up and down the street. So the top side is the north side of the street, that's City Hall, on the left, people's buildings, unmistakable. The south side, existing and proposed with our highlighted building in the center of the 3 buildings that are showing fenestration on the right. So that's the south side of the street. That's obviously St. Michael's on the far right, and then that's Church Street right below the south side. Top drawing, middle drawing is existing conditions, and the bottom drawing is proposed. So here's an existing elevation. We're in around 44 feet high, top of our pediment. It is also interesting to note that the floor elevations, you can see them dashed underneath the 3rd floor windows. They're very low to the sill there. They don't correspond with the entablature on floor 3, which is what's also contributing to a very low ceiling height there. There is a 4-story building on our right-hand side. This is a potential elevation of what this could be. There is showing some of the ceiling heights on the right. The balustrade at the top is a mechanism to screen the mechanical units up there. This is an existing elevation looking north, looking east, and it shows the outline of the building, the 4-story building next door to us. You can see in this drawing here, much better than any of the photographs, the brick line right at the 3rd floor plate. That's where the stucco begins, and you can see the casement windows right there. Our idea is we're keeping all the double hung windows where they are. There are some windows along the bottom floor here that would become activated. They're currently boarded up. And then there'll be a rooftop deck in the very back of this building. This is a view looking west. That was existing. This is proposed. This is a rear of the building, 4-story building from the left. You can see the stucco up at the top. This is proposed. This is existing and proposed sections that shows some of the ceiling heights that we're hoping to achieve inside. And then lastly, some renderings. This has actually been revised too. There will be some windows in the top right of this building, and they were shown on the elevation. So you will see some fenestration on the right, and then also on the bottom right, there would be windows that go down. Those are also in the elevator. It's worth noting that from after this sort of little hiatus delay of us being able to present, we spoke to Historic Charleston Foundation and the Preservation Society, and then went out and in the package that we submitted for tonight, it's not in there. We have 3 or 4 sightline studies, both from Broad and from St. Michael's Alley, and nowhere from St. Michael's Alley can you see our top of this building at all, nor from Broad. There is a section right here on the corner of Church and Broad. If you go up Broad just before the old bank building, the red brick bank building, that you will be able to see a few feet of the backside of the building where the rooftop deck will be. Probably be able to see 5 or 6 feet of that. And we took a story pole up there and walked it back and forth so we could understand exactly how much of that we could see. But unfortunately, we can't see that here tonight. So yeah, I think that's it.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Windows. We talked about windows. I guess we were looking at the renderings. Yeah. You were mentioning, I guess, and I'm looking at your elevation. Windows going right here.
Yes, and
Viable by code?
pardon?
Was viable by code?
Yeah, we'll be sprinkling this building, even though we're on the zero lot line, so we're gonna have to have the windfall sprinkler system over those windows or shutter.
And then when you mentioned rooftop deck and what's visible from that sort of oblique angle on First Street, you're referring to this deck, right?
I am.
Yeah.
And that elevation there does not show the true what you're seeing from that angle. The story pole photos will show you that. That's elevated. You will not see the full length of that. Right there, back there.
One question, Dan, nice to see you.
Yeah, I can see you too.
The floor plans show 4 separated windows across the front. And now they're showing, looks like ganged ones in the center. Are those to be doors or windows in the center?
The idea was to have them as doors. Possibly we looked at triple hung windows. We're not going to have the height there for that. But the idea was to have them as doors and have a balcony there. But in the next iteration, in the next middle, we actually kept them separate as two distinctly separate. So it more mimicked and matched what is there.
Gotcha.
Though there's not that wide of a gap in between the two.
It sounds like we did get the right submittal. Because this is what was in the package.
Right.
Yeah, this goes to the Dropbox too. So.
Thank you. I was trying to log in and it won't let me.
Yeah, and the Dropbox matches these.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
So I was, yeah. And there actually was previous. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you.
All right, there was no written public comment submitted. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for reconstructing the 3rd floor and adding another floor, as well as facade alterations at 59 Broad Street. And we thank the applicant for meeting with us a couple weeks ago to review the project with us. Our comments include the following. We are concerned about the 4-story height along Broad Street. After reviewing typical heights along Broad Street, the majority of buildings, including historically important buildings at Broad and Meeting Street, such as City Hall, the courthouse, and post office, are 3-story. This building would be more compatible with the context if it read as a 3-story building from the street. There are several examples of gabled and hipped roofs with dormers to provide a fourth floor space. The balustrade across the top of the building adds to the height, and we recommend removal of this element. HCF is generally opposed to visible roof decks within the historic district. If the roof deck is visible from the public right of way, we recommend denial of this aspect of the project. The balconies are a positive feature, but we believe they should be simplified. The central paired windows are not a typical fenestration pattern in the historic district, and we prefer those windows to be separated. We'd like to see more information about where the control joints will be as on the side elevations, as this will impact the appearance of the building. We have substantial concerns about this project, and we recommend deferral for restudy of the height to be more compatible with the balance of Broad Street. We recommend denial on the visible roof deck. Thank you.
Okay, with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant meeting with us to review this project. We are generally comfortable with the proposal to construct an additional half-story based on the building's age and the degree of alterations it's already undergone. However, we encourage continued study to improve the building's proportions in relation to the streetscape by eliminating the rooftop balustrade in favor of a clean fence line and reducing the height of the 4th story. Further, to ensure this design does not create a false impression of history, we suggest simplifying the overall design approach and ensuring design details have a contemporary expression. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff have a couple observations. One is the age of the 3rd story is unknown. It is believed to be a 1970s addition. And staff have previously recommended studying some previous board reviews of additions where the board reviewed projects with additions on the top of buildings at 56 Morris and 35 Broad. Staff conditions for approval. Proposal is too tall. The addition would make the building the tallest structure on the block. Staff recommend reducing height and pushing the addition to the rear. And proposed detailing is very elaborate, overly ornate detail gives a false sense of history and should be restudied. Staff recommendation is deferral for restudy.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Sweeney, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment to the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, thank you. I would just say that I thought very seriously about placing, in fact, my initial inclination was to look at an addition and place it immediately to the rear of the building. And as I went through the motions of studying that, and it's really a pretty in-depth study of Broad, both within our block and really 2 blocks of Broad from East Bay to Meeting. I really feel that this structure, I think it can handle a 4-story structure facing out on Broad Street. I agree with comments by both staff and the preservation groups that there needs to be a restudy and a simplification overall in the detailing. I think the success of the project will be in the simplification. I mean, really good detailing, but done very simply. And for example, particularly the balustrade, there's on the elevations of the balustrade, I was studying some corbelling of the bricks to just get us up to a height where we had a parapet wall and we could screen mechanical equipment. And because I did think the balustrade was too heavy up there for the street. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Can I ask Dan one question?
Go ahead.
Dan, with the first two floors being masonry, I'm not sure how far in your windows are set. Will you be able to, with the top two floors being a stick frame, will you be able to mimic that window depth with the stick frame?
Yeah, we actually are going to go back up with masonry.
Oh, you are?
yeah.
Okay, I thought it was gonna, okay, I misread that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'd say from my commentary, I'm in agreement with staff's comments and I think actually Laurel's summary was pretty much what I was gonna say. I think that it is important to reduce the height. I think the balustrade not only is distracting from us. I'm talking about on the main part is distracting not only for the height issue, but also the detail issue. You know, it's quite an elaborate system. Call a mechanical screen. Maybe just as well establish the mechanical unit on what is the rooftop deck area, and then just not worry about that part of it at all. I would say even if there are parts, even on an oblique, that you can visualize the balustrade proposed for even the rooftop deck portion. That probably could be or should be more simplified into a parapeted wall type system. I definitely agree with the detail in it. It's right on the edge of being contextually, I think, pretty tall. Matter of fact, I think staff's comment number one, staff's condition, is a great observation. Will make it the tallest structure on the block. So I think any efforts to reduce the overall height, I wouldn't say necessarily to modernize the detailing. I would say to simplify the detailing. But I guess that might go hand in hand. In my mind, I don't know that it would be a contemporarily detailed solution, but simplified detailed solution. Definitely enough issues, I think, that I would agree with staff's recommendation.
I certainly don't disagree with staff's approach to this. I kind of take a little different approach, and we just earlier denied demolition of what we thought was a 1940s building, but apparently was a 1920s residence, because it contributes in some way. It should be, and it's historic and it should be preserved. This is a 1944 or so, pre-1944, I think. 3-story commercial building. Was a 2-story building, got added on to sometime later. And I think they're coming to design. I mean, I think it's a nice design in a standalone situation, but adding a 4th story to this building and changing the facade of this building, in essence, erases the other building. And so if the other building is worth saving, then this is not the right approach to this building. And so I think it's an attractive design, not on this building. And it's much taller. I think it dominates the streetscape. The existing building was a simple design. This building is very ornate. And I think that architecture does not reflect the original architecture of the existing building, or really the architecture surrounding it on Broad Street. And I think if the 3rd floor is structurally requires rebuilding, I think that's fine, but I think that rebuilding that 3rd floor has to be more sensitive to the original architectural influence of that building, the existing building.
I tend to agree on what's been said about the 4th floor. I think if this were through here today and the 3rd floor didn't exist, we would probably be saying no 3rd floor, based on the building does have some history, but the 3rd floor is there, so obviously it should go back. I do think that the building is fairly simple now, but I don't think it necessarily has to stay simple. I think you can add some detail to it. But I think what's proposed with the balustrade across the roof and the ornate ironwork in front of the windows, I think it's probably leans a little too ornate. But at the same time, I don't think it needs to be scaled back to where it's plain.
You can dress it up a little bit.
Right.
But I think it has to, the dressing up should be in line with the characteristic of the building.
And perhaps if, I don't, absence of the site studies tonight, I don't know what it would do to take this half story and push it back to the backside of the building instead of having Broad Street. That would give some additional.
Yeah, that's work better, I think. And
yeah,
some other things we've seen in the past.
You were talking about, that's what you were thinking, probably to push towards the back.
Yeah, I think if we wanted to get some additional height, that there's a much less heavy-handed way to get some additional space and leave the impact on Broad Street not as severe. So I mean, I would think it would be
That one comment in there is very interesting.
that's right.
Or more is it a motion? You just-
I would make a motion for deferral for restudy with staff comments.
Any board comments, or do you think the commentary is enough? Any board comments or?
It's about going off Broad Street.
The commentary may be enough.
Just leave it open.
I mean,
You heard us. So, yeah, okay.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy with staff conditions. Do you have a second to Fillmore's motion?
Second.
All right, put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore,
yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey.
Yeah.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 6:51.
It's just time for a 10-minute break.
But Bill 75 years just looking at my name. But it looks like you want to make time. Yeah, that's.
My stomach's gonna start growling.
Yeah, they're fine to this.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, to get the funding and find a place. Well, you've had it for a while.
Yeah. I've got the father on that. Now, I'm gonna be staying at. Oh, no, they haven't started. Really worried about. Yeah, it was. Teresa's away. I would do something.
Your whole life, yeah.
Yeah. I know. I don't want to get next to it at all.
Want to go good.
No, and I call my friends and just, you know, like, sure, we're going there. Long, because it's just like a 20-minute life, you know. It's good to say.
You're probably fine. We've got one
Well,
Yes.
little ways to get that question. Oh.
Does she like it? Yeah, that's good.
Good.
She likes the singing, she was doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you connect with Anne or Ernie, or she know Ernie?
I can see the sixth grader separate from the.
Oh, that's right.
That's right, he's even older, I always forget about that. So, and she doesn't, I don't know, she don't want to tell me about.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, don't you know this kid's name? You probably sit next to him all the
Yeah.
time. She's just, no, I don't know.
Yeah. I was like dragging stuff out of my kids to talk about it.
Yeah.
So. That's great, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing,
What year is
like
she?
the,
Sixth grade.
the performances they do. My husband went to, they like, did this thing at the end of the year last year, and he runs a gear on the side. He did the, for it, and with Anne's husband. And he was just so impressed with the whole show.
I haven't seen that. I wouldn't say that. I've
Yeah.
heard about that.
But yeah, it's the whole, I mean, it's very too. So.
It's a great school. My sister's. Boys.
Open house on Tuesday. The local
Yeah.
Principal. What came in and she's sitting outside. And then she played the piano. And like beautifully, and was sight reading while the kids were singing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, the principal, you know, I just don't think the principal just.
Yeah.
Principal.
Yeah.
And actually, Tom.
No, actually, that was it. Yeah. I think it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Create the notes, like, coming back on the leaves, but. Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I try to stay out of on weekend, bike runs out.
Yeah.
And it's actually quicker to get around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're.
They're wrapping
A
it, that's
couple
all.
over from. Council.
Yeah.
So it's moving on.
You were one today. One way or two.
Oh, for being.
Well, clean, but then maybe-
Yeah, they almost need should stop. for that. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a mess. Yeah. It's gonna be. Mhm, yeah. Yeah. You like it? I do, the only thing that's just bizarre and Heather's reached out to the city is lighting. The digital lighting they put in there is the color, it's like white light. It's for a stadium or parking lot, not a soft light you see around town. And I don't.
A cool color.
Yeah, and actually. Because I'm shoot it out. But yeah, no, I know, yeah, I mean, because it's just literally the whole front of the house at night, and I don't need lights.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. I don't, yeah. But they say it's temporary. I really, but I don't know what temporary.
I think they put in like some big.
There are a lot of because they came on the weekends on the wall. Yeah, as instead of just being. They think that every other one. Looking at these, palm trees. And they had double the lights too. And cut, spread them out, just. And. With lighting, I mean, they could have actually gone to some type of lighting where you could actually just adjust.
Yeah.
Versus. Direction, yeah, I don't. Yes, but they say it's temporary, so it's like literally stadium lighting. And I go around the city and most of it's sort of that softer yellow.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, how, like the batteries, it has lights, but then sometimes they go out for like months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
dark.
dark, and it's like pitch black and then you lights up.
Yeah, because they'll do the, and it's random, yeah. They probably get. When it's not. How's it going?
Oh, hey, it's nice. How are you? How are you? Good. Sitting down for them.
Yeah, are you?
It's always nice to have like no audience. Right?
Yeah.
Are you on the?
Yeah, second to last, penultimate one.
I just left, they're doing a photo shoot at the Democrats today, so in there.
Oh, great.
So it looks.
Angie is like,
Yeah.
you guys, I mean, it just.
Yeah, it really looks amazing. So,
It's-
so the photographer was there in May, Angie was there. I was there a couple hours ago, it looks fantastic, it's
Good.
amazing.
Good.
I think they're gonna shoot the outside soon, we're not doing outside.
The landscape. Sign that word.
It looks really nasty and green. What's the story on that? Is that a swimming pool?
Yeah,
It's a swimming.
yeah.
It-
I think, you know,
Yeah, we're just.
we kept it up during
Yeah.
construction and then they took it over and I think they just waited to get the whole.
I forgot that was a swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's just
Really
sweet
is.
with the arch and the.
Yeah,
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I know, you too, good to see you. Yeah, and so I just never thought of going to the. Yeah. Yeah, so I just, yeah. I never thought of it. Little bit.
Yeah, it's we don't have. Yeah.
Ready? All right, agenda item 768 Murray Boulevard. Frankie, to give us an introduction, an overview of the project, please.
68 Murray Boulevard is not rated in Charlestown. Circa 1951 in the Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for a new one-story covered porch at front and removal of side stairs and door at driveway. This is the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Some existing site photos. The Sanborn map from 1955 showing the history of the property. And some context of Murray. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, I'm Kate Campbell with the County Architects. I'm here with the owner, Douglas Berlinski. This house, as Frankie pointed out, was built right around 1953, 52 is what we're thinking. It does not show up on the Sanborn maps if you look in your packet, the 1944 or the 1951. And so his grandparents actually built this house. And so he is the family that has owned it. So he and his wife came to us with a couple of different goals. One of it's just so y'all know the building that you're seeing on this elevation was approved at staff. It's a little garage structure in the back of the property, so that's not on the agenda tonight. And the fence in the rear that you're seeing there was part of the original application to staff, and so that's already been reviewed. The site plan here shows the house. As she pointed out, the location along the water. What we're here for this evening is approval for alterations to the house, including a one-story covered porch on the south facing elevation, removal of the side stairs, service stairs that are no longer utilized, and also window replacement and with like in kind, they're steel single glazed windows currently. They are replacing them with steel units exactly as they are. So, and then the fourth item is a fence and pier design along the front property line and a gate at the driveway. And so the gate will be not required to be closed all the time because of pool code, because that fence that was approved to the rear of the property will meet that requirement. And so we don't have to meet all the pool enclosure situations with the front gate. So I'll kind of get back into that. Adjacent neighbors to the east, they have a full width one-story porch. Adjacent to the west at 70 Murray Boulevard has a double piazza. And then further on down, as everybody knows, there are quite a few double piazzas around here. That was not our intent with this project, you know, for various reasons, but for the most part, the width of the existing uncovered is going to remain. The steps will remain in the same position that they are now. Most likely would replace that with the brick that we're going to be doing on the main porch that will be close to, but not exactly like the existing brick on the house. And so that whole front porch one-story element would be of its own time. These are just existing on the left and proposed on the right. And there's the existing first floor, the porch, and you'll see on the elevations, we are wanting to create a tripartite relationship of the front elevation with the porch, mainly to highlight the existing entablature that's around the front door. And you'll see in some of the 3D views that we've submitted, the height of the columns and the access through the, it's actually a pair of casement windows that you go through at the upper floor. There's this really neat kind of fold down stair at the landing level that you have to step up through and up to that. So that floor system is really required to be very thin, mainly to maintain the access as it currently exists onto the balcony, and also not obscure the entablature down below. So very delicate detailing. And again, that wider center bay on the front. And then translating that spacing of the columns around the corner so that they're equal around about the corner. This view shows the side stair door that we're planning to remove or proposing to remove, replacing it with a window that matches the window to the right. Rear elevation really is unchanged other than window replacement. And then the eastern elevation, you can see the porch from there. We did meet with both historic groups prior to when we applied. And initially had the porch out a little bit further and have now pulled it back slightly. And I'll kind of get back to the fence here, but these are some 3D model views of that porch. Again, as viewed, the first one at the top as viewed from across the street, the median, and then the two on the bottom are from the actual street outside the sidewalk on the owner side of that split street. One other alteration that I forgot to mention was the connection of the dormer on the second floor or the third most floor. This is currently space that is accessible in the floor plan. On the left, you can see the stair in the middle of the plan. It does not meet code right now, and the Douglas and Heather would like to access that for an extra guest bedroom because they're using the rear guest bedroom for more of a master closet. And so it would really be overflow space for a guest, but mainly for them to use off their master bedroom. So in order to achieve correct, I mean, you climb up the steps and you have to lean over because the hip of the roof coming up from the upper left-hand side. So we have to make the stairs wider to meet code. And also the riser configuration is different. So it encroaches further into the attic space. Right now, the central area is shown at 7 feet, so it reduces it by about 3.5 feet. And so we wanted to propose to achieve that space back on the front elevation by doing a connected dormer. We like the fact of it being all glass in between these two dormers, very minimal, subordinate. We are studying, even in discussions with preservation groups, how to move that wall further back up the rake of the roof, but we also want to maintain the panes of the glass to be similar to the panes of the dormer, size of the panes of the dormer. And so it's probably more easily visible on 3Ds, but you know, it's really our goal to make that as minimal as possible while achieving a little extra headroom up on the upper floor. And just to back up on the front elevation, the owner has had somebody out to look at the ironwork that is on site, and it's not by any significant, you know, it's not like Phillips Simmons ironwork or anything like that. So it's not a significant construction, but we would still kind of replicate that with the extension of the fencing along the Murray Boulevard side. We took some cues from neighboring design. They really like to design at 96 South Battery. The existing difference between sidewalk and grade is about 1 foot. So right now what we're showing in that drawing is about an 18-inch brick base, 7-foot brick piers and a 6-foot fence, and then doing a singular gate at the end of each existing walkway that goes out, which is one existence currently. So we can answer any questions. So, thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. We have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking to the public?
Okay, President of Society Charleston. The PSC thanks the applicant for reaching out to us on this project, and overall, we are comfortable with the proposal. In conversation with the project team, we've expressed concern about altering the front dormers, and we appreciate their openness to studying solutions to minimize the massing of the new central dormer and its overall impact on the character of the primary elevation. Thank you.
Thanks all the way to start Charleston Foundation and the applicant for reaching out to us as well. We have the same comments that the Conservation Society had.
For anyone else? All right, Frankie, to give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had several observations. One, the proposed addition of a front porch does not distract from the existing house. Many other houses along Murray Boulevard have requested and have received similar approvals from the BAR over the years. This porch is well designed and fits well on the house and in the neighborhood. No dimensions were provided on the floor plan, but it appeared an additional half bay is proposed to be added to the depth of the porch. This would create a challenge of matching brick to the existing. Fence, pool, and pool house are able to be reviewed at staff per BAR policy statement on staff reviews. And then staff had two conditions for approval. That one, that we recommend limiting the depth of the proposed porch to that of the existing porch. And two, while the atypical addition between dormers is complementary to the structure, staff recommend that the windows remain in the historic configurations this board has previously denied altering the size and shape of dormers on Murray Boulevard. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff conditions and a final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Campbell, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public comment and the city staff comments and recommendations?
Sure, yeah, with regard to the brick, we are planning to get a brick that matches this closely, but be different, so the intention would be to not just add the bay and have a difference in brick, unless we can get some that's really close, but it is something that would be distinctly different if necessary. Also the depth of the proposed porch, we studied the neighbors very closely, and that was actually one of the things that we discussed with Anna Catherine at the Preservation Society when we presented it to her. Was initially we had it outward. The zoning does allow us to go out further. We pulled it back to be more in line. The neighbor to the east is at, I think, 12 and a half feet. It's 12 and a half feet, and then 12'4", and then the neighbor to the west is 9.5 feet. But actually, let me go back. Their house is further out. So their porch is less deep, but it's actually more in line with theirs. And then their house is further back, so their porch is deeper. There's the 12'4", so ours proposed at 12, and we shifted it back, so that dimension actually is where it was. It's 13'11", but we've shifted it back. I think it's 12'8" currently. And so that's how we ended up kind of where we are. So we felt like aligning mainly with the property to the west made a lot of sense. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
It was nice, honestly, and I have no reservation about the joining of dormers. You know, I think maybe they could reconsider the pitch of the roof or restudy per the preservation group's request how to minimize the impact, but it is recessed. It looks like 4 inches or so at least. I think it's handsome.
Yeah, I agree. It's a nice looking alterations. I agree about the former. I think it's fine. you actually still read the form of the existing dormers. And the porch depth, I'm fine with. Just think it's a very nicely detailed project. Oh, and also the fence. Fence is very well done.
I have no issues with the porch at all. I think it's done with a very reasonably light touch. It's quite attractive, and I don't have an issue with the little infill between the existing dormers. The original dormers still read, so I think that's pretty sensitive as well.
More took the words out of my mouth. It's a light touch, sensitive and
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I guess the only thing, and maybe it's just me, on the fencing, there are a lot of piers and segments, I guess, because there are 2 pedestrian gates with then fixed panels flanking the actual operable section. So there appear to be sort of I get the rhythm as it relates to the house, but along the streetscape, it's sort of random. And didn't know if you had considered maybe consolidating one pedestrian gate to the middle, simplifying your spans on each side. Save the client a little bit of money, and it might help with the rhythm of that, especially where over near the vehicular gate, there's just 2 pilasters like almost jammed up next to each other. That would be my only comment. Maybe simplify that, like maybe one central pedestrian gateway where the walkways could maybe come around and consolidate to that point. Other than that, I think it looks good, and I agree with y'all's comments.
I will make a small comment that if we're assessing everything, the drawings don't convey the intent to replace all the windows, right? So trust you to.
I'm sure it'll be better steel windows than the originals.
Yeah. But we will submit cut sheets, so we haven't really figured out the manufacturer yet. But they will be replacement in kind.
You'll end up
50
at
steel windows.
I know.
49.9%
Gotta
of
go
the
in
value
with
of
a
the
towel and
structure.
mop up all the condensation.
You'll end up at 49.9% of the value of the structure, I imagine.
Yeah, the windows, exactly.
Okay, I'll make a motion for conceptual approval for things that are requested and final review by
staff. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yay in favor.
Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
The agenda item 8, 54 Church Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 54 Church Street is a category 4 in Charlestown, circa 1880 in the Olden Historic District, requesting changes to the stucco system. This is the property's location on Church Street. Some existing site photos. Corner of Church and Stoles Alley. Some views of the existing stucco. And a historic image courtesy of Historic Charleston Foundation. And some sample map showing the history of the structure. We will turn it over to the applicants.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joseph Rubenstein. I'm a contractor here at Church Street. Are requesting to remove and replace the current stucco. Current stucco is Portland, and it is severely damaging the mortar joints. The inside was pretty much 100% in need of getting repointed. Here's a few samples of a couple areas that we knocked a few places off, and you can see the mortar just deteriorating. This is the inside, how bad it was and how much was missing, so we're making the assumption the outside's in very similar condition. We'll be going back with a traditional hard coat historic finish. Question?
You just referenced that you'd be going back with a traditional system, but I'm not familiar with what you're proposing and these guys make, but why not a true line-based stucco? Which would be historically accurate and very easy on the brick.
Could I get Mr. Barrett come up here, and he's my stucco installer here, and see if he can chime in a little better.
Good evening, I'm Barrett Alm, I'm the owner of 86 Exteriors LLC. Historic Charleston traditional stucco is a mixture of Portland lime and sand. And that's what we intend to use.
So it's not a fiber.
It will be. It will be fiber reinforced. Typically that's what we have used in the past, but it doesn't have to be necessarily. I would highly recommend it just for stability and strength, but certainly your discretion.
Like along those lines.
To you.
Are you gonna repoint?
Yes, sir.
What are you gonna repoint with?
Sorry.
What are you going to repoint with?
For the exterior, it's either N or O, one of the two.
Okay, I'll wait for board discussion.
Any other questions?
I guess just along the lines of what Bill Turner was asking, the application says that it's going to be direct applied fiber reinforced hard coat with an acrylic synthetic finish. Is that what you intend? What you would like to do?
Yes.
But you're, okay, thank you.
So I do have a couple other questions. Have you had any testing done on the bed mortar?
No, sir.
Okay. And I mean, I'm looking at your photographs, and it certainly looks like what's on the stucco that's on there now is a thick Portland.
It is. I was out
Is
there.
I
was out there. It is a thick Portland. It's
It's a-
definitely Portland. And it is
the
very
photograph,
thick.
It's hard to.
Actually,
it's hard to miss
actually
it.
good.
You're gonna take all of that off?
Yes, sir.
Is it gonna come off without tearing the brick to pieces?
That's what I was gonna ask.
It should, yes, sir.
Okay.
That stuff is literally.
I find that difficult. I think it's gonna tear the faces off a lot of your brick when you take it off.
I think
It's gonna be, that Portland's gonna be stuck to those old soft brick.
Yes, sir. We have actually done extensive sounding on the outside of it, and majority of the stucco is actually dead or delaminated.
Just let them go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. It's great. It's gonna be wonderful to get it off of there. So I
Yes.
wish you luck on that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I know we're still in the question section, perhaps you've done one of these. I know in the past I've seen basically diagrams of elevations that physically show where the dead areas of stucco are. Have you done a survey like that?
Yes,
before?
sir.
Is that something you might be able to provide to staff to show where the?
I can, but to be completely honest, it's about 95%. So
That's dead?
yes, sir.
No, that's good news.
Very good.
So it's actually not, I mean, I could just, it would be, I would certainly do that and without problem. It is literally the majority of the stuff.
I think concern there being exactly Fillmore's point, because if it's hard to get off, it will damage the brick.
Yes,
taking
sir.
it off, right? So, okay.
Yeah, we did extensive sounding before we even. Come up.
Any other questions? All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, we had no public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the stucco system changes at 54 Church Street, and we thank the applicant for their time reviewing the project with us. It appears to us that the existing Portland cement and stucco needs to be removed to repair the brick below. We do not object to a smooth stucco being installed on the building, but we recommend a traditional stucco mix rather than a synthetic stucco.
Okay, with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Based on the limited application materials provided, the PNC does not have the confidence that the proposed replacement stucco is appropriate. More information on stucco type is needed to ensure compatibility with the historic building's construction. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking? All right, Frank, if you give us staff recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had several observations. One was to confirm if analysis had been done on the composition, which is already been discussed. And the photo seems to suggest that the stucco could be removed, so we were questioning if it was Portland or not. Discuss that, I won't read all that. Staff conditions for approval, if approved, then replacement stucco should be a 3-part line-based stucco system and not the proposed synthetic stucco. Synthetic stucco would be inappropriate for the house. Staff suggests that the stucco should be scored as it was in the drawing from the 1880s. Our recommendation was the satisfactory evidence, mostly for Fillmore, and confirmation of analysis of stucco. We recommend approval.
Thank you, Frankie. Did the applicant have anything, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
I think I may have misunderstood a few things.
If you could approach.
Yeah, I apologize.
So we can hear you on YouTube.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Barrett, but I think I used synthetic incorrectly. Jotting down if he would tell me what he was using, so I think I wrote that down incorrectly and I apologize. If you could clarify just exactly what your intent was.
The intent is to use the Portland lime and sand, just traditional Charleston historical stucco mix as a scratch and brown with an intricately colored acrylic top coat in order to achieve. Because if you use a cementitious top coat and you try to smooth it, it will crack. You will have problems. And I could show you dozens and dozens of examples around Charleston where the exact system I'm speaking about has been done by me, about my father's company. So it's already out there, it's tested, it's proven. I know what will work and what won't work. And with all due respect, if you want a steel trowel finish or smooth finish, this is the only possible avenue that I know of that will actually physically work and bond to the wall.
Thank y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I don't know, I think what we're looking at is Portland stucco. I'm pretty sure it is. And Portland can certainly let go in spots. I would really like to have a better understanding of, and that is very thick Portland. I would like to have a better understanding of what areas are really detached and what areas might be really stuck. Sometimes it's better to leave what's there and take off what you can. Otherwise, you can do substantial damage to the brick. They're going to repoint the building. bed mortar, I think, needs to match the existing bed mortar, which probably would require a test, a sample and some testing, or at the very least, an understanding that you're gonna use a NHL 3.5 or something basic like that was saying for the repointing and there's gonna be, I'm suspicious of having Portland and stucco on historic masonry. I think if there were any original stucco on the building, which there just might not be any at all, it would be nice to know what that was. It can easily be tested, but if there's not any there, then before I approve this, I would want to see the mix. And I think the mix needs to be a lime stucco because this building is I lost mine.
18.
Yeah, 1880. So I just don't think there's enough information here to make a definitive decision. And I certainly think a synthetic stucco is not appropriate. And you can get a nice smooth finish with a lime stucco. And that's the typical 3-coat lime stucco. So I just don't think there's enough information here to make a decision.
What would you think would be required by means of a submittal? What information would you like? Would you think would be
For the repointing, I'd like to see a test. I'd like to see it test. I think testing should be done, and the bed mortar and the brick definitely should be matched to the existing.
So testing of the bed mortar. Okay, and then what else?
And then and for the stucco itself, I think we should have a true historic mix. Type N stucco, I do not think is appropriate. I mean, type N mortar is not appropriate for the bed mortar. And type O gets closer, but it's still way harder than what's in there. And I think that the stucco should be a traditional line stucco. And that's the mix that should be presented, not a synthetic.
Is there any methodology to verification? Like you said, if it's Portland and it's stuck to the brick, it probably should be best left stuck.
Yeah,
to the brick.
and I would like, whether take a site visit or whether they would just do a quick sketch of the elevations and show us where they've sounded. It's hard to make a judgment on that sitting here because but if it's really stuck, as bad as the Portland is on that building, if it's really stuck, you're likely to do less damage leaving it alone than taking it off.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I guess the only flip side of that is the thickness of.
It is really thick.
And you wouldn't want to apply that thick of a coat.
No,
And but then you would have a
I
differentiation.
mean,
And
they make it off. I can't sit here and say that they can't get that Portland off.
It's 90%.
But if it's coming off, what goes back should be a traditional line.
That's what
Should
it
be
would
a
have been
traditional line
originally.
stucco.
It's so thick, it almost looks like a schmear or something.
Have you ever seen Pebble Dash?
Pebble dash.
I'm very much in favor of removing
It
the
almost,
record up there.
it's
if
not
it-
quite as
if
rough
it can
as
be
that,
done
but it
without
almost looks like Pebble
changing
Dash stucco.
building. Yeah, I think their goals are, I'm in favor of their goals, their general goals of removing that ugly stucco and putting something better on there. And I do agree that it should be something that really would have been applied originally, when acrylic wasn't an option.
So do you think it needs to come back here if we require all these things? I'm calling it a stucco study, but
Gilmore can itemize the list of things and they can provide. it
That's what I'm
after the
wondering.
meeting. I think Frankie might want
I
to
think
go
we would
more
know.
call to come in and take a look. I'm perfectly happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, so that they can, I agree, the stucco needs to,
I think.
if it can be done without ruining the brick, it needs to.
I think we should
I'm fine
deny
keeping
the
the ball
synthetic
rolling.
stucco.
Doing that, that's fine.
He said it wasn't synthetic. Can you explain?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Just the word acrylic is what's.
And I apologize for being. The term acrylic or synthetic, let's take synthetic out of the conversation. Because the only thing that we're talking about here is implementing a historic Charleston traditional 3-coat, hard coat stucco system, put back over the existing brick once the stucco is removed. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about anything synthetic system.
What's the final, what's your finish coat?
The finish coat is what is at question. If you want a, if you would like a floated, hand floated. Green float finish.
Yeah, I think it's a smooth finish, basically. I mean, it's.
Is that what you're calling a smooth finish?
I think that's what we've done the
And
last time.
natural.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as it's, and so we're not, just to be clear, we're not talking about a precast.
We're not talking about a slick finish. We're talking about a smooth
We
finish.
are absolutely on the same page. And I understand completely. And we can definitely do that. No acrylic. It could be intricately colored. Cementitious. Top coat, not.
Yes, and the only other thing was in your description, you used the word Portland as well.
The historic Charleston mix, to best of my knowledge.
It would not have had Portland. First of all, Portland wasn't around until the turn of the 20th century. Well, 10 or 15 years before the turn of the 20th century, you begin to see it. But Portland wasn't around until, for all practical purposes, the late 80s or 1890s. So before that, all those buildings built in stucco, they were stuccoed with a lime stucco.
When you say, I didn't interrupt you, my apologies. When you say lime, can you explain that to me? What other components are in that system?
I'm not gonna think. They're
Historic Charleston has a form.
Yeah. And
They do
I
have.
think there are a lot of different possibilities. But there are stucco mixes that you can buy that meet the qualifications, that are prepackaged, pre-mixed.
That's what we were playing on.
And but they do not have Portland in them. So,
So I guess
later on, you'll start seeing Portland stucco around the 1880s, 1890s.
Yes, sir.
It was rock hard, and it is on a lot of buildings in Charleston put on, from that point up until, we got more information about the damage that does to historic structures.
Yes, sir.
And but when this building was built in 1880, it would not have had a Portland stucco on it, I'm pretty sure.
Probably not, but.
So you can do a little research and you can find all the answers you're looking for. You can find them on the internet. The other thing is that the bed mortar, because you're going to repoint before you stucco.
If necessary, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at photographs of the inside. It looked like it needed some repointing. And so I'm assuming you're going to repoint. You should take a sample of that bed mortar and have it tested by a conservation lab. And that will tell you exactly what that mix is, exactly what the size of the sand grains are, exactly what was in it. And you can match that. It's not difficult.
Yes, sir. I've done it many times.
You can match that. And that way, the mortar you're putting back in there matches the mortar that's in there. So you don't have different compression strength and expansion and contraction and tensile strength.
Yes.
And so you don't get differential issues with the mortar that you're repointing with and the mortar that's already there. That's all I'm saying. And just all that information is widely available.
Yes, sir. I understand.
And
But we do intend to back what is defined as in writing as the historical Charleston stucco mix.
And so there is no standard Charleston historic stucco mix. There were a lot of historic stucco mixes. And that's why if you have some existing original stucco somewhere on the building, which may or may not be the case, it looks like from the little photographs we saw, that probably most of that's gone. You might have an opportunity. You can simply have that tested. And then you can know exactly what the mix was. And sans that, you can just use an appropriate mix, and there are any number of people who can, any good masonry conservator can tell you what an appropriate mix for that building could be.
I have a question. Personally, I don't feel very strongly that there should be scoring myself. There should be scoring, like there wasn't that cute old picture. Can you pull that picture? Do you guys feel strongly that it should or shouldn't?
I think if we have documentation that there, it's not a bad idea to go back with it. That is, let's see.
It's so different, like it's so different how the whole building is like.
It uses
completely different.
But I have strong opinion on it.
Can you make it look like that? So. I can navigate this. I think I'm inclined to make a motion for deferral. With final review by staff with 2 board conditions. 3 board conditions. One is to analyze and match the existing bed mortar. 2 is to use a natural Portland free traditional stucco mix. 3 is to consult with staff after sample removal of, a portion of the Portland cement, maybe in an inconspicuous location, something like that. That makes sense? Like a 5x5 square or something. And at that point, you can talk about what you've sounded and what you know is delaminated and all that. You don't have to write down all those words, I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, not that I don't want to, but.
How do we feel about the scoring?
Personally, I think since the whole building looks so different, I think that would be a false sense of history in my book. But since the whole building looks so different from that, I think the scoring would be kind of pretending.
Pretending to take it back to this historic time and different historic use entirely.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Provide specification data for you.
Okay, so we have a deferral with final review by staff. So this means you don't have to come back to the board and go directly to staff. You might draw in.
For more will be involved in that.
With 3 board comments. 1, to analyze and match the existing bed mortar. 2, use a natural Portland free traditional stucco mix. And 3, to consult with staff after sample removal of the existing Portland, and that sample needs to be in an inconspicuous location. Yeah.
May I ask a question? What would you intend to look at? Just
To see how clean it's coming off,
Yeah.
just to make sure it's not damaging the bricks.
And you can also show them, just clarify for them in the field where you've sounded and, what the situation is. So we'll all feel better. Yeah.
Well, the bad thing about that is as you well know, stucco is like Vanderbilt bought. And we could really start taking it off and get way more than we bargained for.
That's fine. If it comes off in sheets, I think that's great.
I'm looking more concerned for.
And you can say we authorized you to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it all falls out.
I mean, I would want to take it all off, right? But we'll do our best to try to keep it contained out into an area.
Do we have a second to Julia's motion? Thank you, Bill Huey. All right, put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yeah.
Julia. In favor. Bill Huey. Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, agenda item 9 for Chapman Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview, please.
I do have the conditions written down. Fort Trutman Street is in Charleston Village. It is new in the Old and Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for two new attached single-family residences. The property's location on Trutman Street. The existing site photo of the house that was approved for demo by the board. Some context of Trutman. Looking north on Trutman. Sandboard map showing previous footprints. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, I'm Julie O'Connor. I am the designer on this project. I'm joined by Corley Thomas, my client. This is, as you know, you approved the house for demolition. And the lot is now subdivided for two attached single-family residences. And this is just a graphic showing that subdivision that is platted and recorded. You may or may not know, but there's weird setbacks for this interesting configurations, so 6-foot side setbacks, 8-foot front setback, and I think it's 16-foot rear setbacks for this. So that's what that's indicating on this site plan. This is showing the first one is the current street elevation, the house that is yet to be demolished. The next one would be the building in the current configuration. And the next one, I just wanted to show what would happen if all of these houses were brought up to meet the flood zone. The grade of our property is at elevation 4. And as you know, street floods. It's one of the reasons why this house is being demolished. And so I just thought it would be an interesting visual, particularly the houses to the left, which are all on the ground, would have to be raised up about 7 or 8 feet to meet the current flood zone. Here's some pictures of what Frankie had. And I should have given you some pictures. Directly across the street are townhouses, attached dwellings. The house on the corner is an apartment. A house divided into apartments. It's a very interesting and eclectic neighborhood. There's, as you know, some ranch houses on Trumbo right there. So it's kind of a weird little neighborhood. This is just sort of a quick sketch up of the streetscape and the building. And then the floor plans, I'm sure you've looked through. We are proposing a rooftop deck, and have designed that in accordance with zoning, and have placed the rooftop access at the very back, all the way back at the back of the building, to minimize its impact on the street. We have a front load garaging, also per the zoning. We do have to obviously park on the property and come in through the front. I'm here for questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Could you kind of clarify like how pedestrian access works? Like
Yeah, so on the sides, will be these gates on the side you can see here, and you would come down and come in through the side of the building. Or sort of through the back. Let me show you which elevation that would be. So you'd walk down sort of a path, sort of to this back area here, and that's the door.
Okay. And can you clarify the front elevation requirements in your?
Yeah, we're about 2 feet higher than required. Our finished floor is 2 feet higher than required. But we do need to park under.
Well, that's 2 feet higher than DFE, I think is what she.
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Um. And I'm just curious, was there ever study of having two single family houses on these 2 lots, or no, it was always the intention?
We cannot do that. The zoning for this property does not allow 2 single family residents. It has to be 2 attached single family.
It's the lot that.
Exactly.
Without, unless you got a special exception of some sort, whatever, right?
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Paul Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for 2 attached single-family residences at Fort Trapman, and we thank the applicant for reaching out to us to discuss the project. We are concerned about the scale of the proposed building. Trapman Street is characterized by small, single-family residential houses. We recognize that the low elevation of this area requires houses to be elevated. However, adding a second unit at the street overwhelms the block. We are also opposed to the visible roof deck on top of each unit. This feature does not fit in with the character of the historic district. We respectfully recommend denial of this application for restudy of height, scale, mass, and architectural direction. Thank you.
Moral favor, the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this proposal. This section of Chapman Street is a particularly narrow, modest, and small-scale streetscape, and our primary concern with this proposal is the height and massing in this context. To address the issue of height, the foundation should not be higher than necessary to meet DFE. Secondly, the intense rooftop activation is not appropriate for this residential neighborhood, and significant reduction of this element would help mitigate the overall height. The massing of the building is overly wide in comparison with the rhythm of the buildings on the streetscape, and techniques to visually break up the building form should be studied. Further, the elaborate balcony, woodwork, bracketing, paneling, and bell curved roof form culminate in a high style character that is out of character with the surrounding context. Front-facing garage doors are also inappropriate for Charleston's urban context, and we encourage continued study to handle parking differently on this site. Given these concerns, we are not supportive of this application moving forward at this time and recommend denial as submitted. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, we received 2 written public comments. One from Ashley Begley at 2 Trapman Street. As new homeowners at 2 Trapman Street were excited to learn from the previous owner that the current space would be demolished and replaced with an updated single-family home. We have just recently been made aware of the plans for Fort Trapman and have come to realize these current plans are inconsistent with the historic style and home design of Trapman and Trumbo Street single-family homes. The previous owner and our current neighbor gave us the impression that the demolition of this property was approved with the notion of building 1 residence, not 2. Our main concern is that the change from a single-family residence to a duplex is a significant design change, and this particular expansive duplex is out of character and inconsistent with the Streets density scheme and historic precedent. The original city planning and plat layout for Stratman depicts Charleston single-family homes, and this duplex design challenges that entirely. The integrity of the block should be protected and preserved. We also take issue with the potential water runoff of the current design. Stratman Tree is a flood zone, and there is usually significant water pooling on and around Fort Stratman. The current rendering basically paves every inch of their plat, so we ask the question, where is all the roof and pave runoff going? We appreciate you bearing your concern with the current state of planning. The future plat of 4 Stratman Street. And Joe Britton at 1 Stratman Street. Stratman Tree is a short 2-block street with single-family homes and rentals. Myself and several other neighbors have concerns about the proposed design by its developers. Although we agree the existing brick structure is in need of demolition and raising, we are surprised by the developer's proposed design, which is incongruous with the Charleston Village neighborhood at large and very out of place in the street. We feel the overabundance of windows and the Juliet balcony are specifically out of place. We are also concerned about the hardscaping, as we know there are water and drainage issues on that site, and we do not see runoff water mitigation plans. As such, we are opposed to the application. We would prefer the site remain a single-family home. We wish the developers had spoken to any one of the neighbors and tried to relay their intentions for site and collect community feedback. And that is the end of our public comment. Frankie, will give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We had a couple observations. One, the historic house is approved for demolition by the board in October 27th last year. 2, the proposal overwhelmed existing homes on the street. The house this is replacing was modest 1.5 story structure that fit the nature of the street. Staff changes for approval. The proposal reads as large single family structure. Staff suggests restudy to help this read as 2 attached structures, emphasizing the vertical portions of each. This can be accomplished through articulation of 2 separate units, similar to how the rear facade reads. Garage doors should not face the street. Street facing garage doors are out of character for the street. Proposal is raised above DFE to allow for park under. The structure should be lowered and the ground floor height reduced. Faux shuttered windows on side elevations should be removed, as shutters aren't used on the side elevations. Staff recommendation is denial for height, scale, and mass.
Thank you, Frankie. Julie, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comment?
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your comments. I think that obviously there's always things that we can do and appreciate the comments. I don't think street facing garage doors are out of character in Charleston. I know that there's sort of plenty of examples. Rainbow Row has street facing garage doors. I just recently did a project on Bogart Street that's very successful in Capitol. And so I think there's certainly ways to do it and to make it look beautiful. And in this case, given the zoning and the narrowness of the lot, it is the way for us to supply the parking that's necessary. Lowering the foundation height, I think is a doable thing. And I like some of the other comments as well. I also don't I agree that much of this neighborhood is single family, and this is going to be single family. It is single family. And directly across the street are townhomes. So I don't think that the attached housing is out of character.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Can we get back to like the very first or the front elevation? I was just gonna say that, I think this applicant has a good sense of proportion and this is handsome on its own. I'm just having a hard time accepting it in this particular location and context. But I think there might be a way to thread the needle, and staff's suggestion of possibly highlighting the 2 separate units might be a good one. It seems like there's a good bit of height proposed that could be squeezed out. I think your floor structure is, like 20 inches, and your ceiling heights are quite generous. What were they, like 11 or 12. 10 or something. It's up because it has been rezoned for exactly this paradigm of the single family attached, which I've always thought was an odd paradigm, and I think it comes from the 70s. I don't know, but all that said, it's now zoned for that. So challenging on a number of fronts.
I agree. We've got a high scale mass issue. I don't think it's can't be overcome. I agree with what you said, maybe squeeze some room out of the garage in each floor. And I definitely think that I would lose the rooftop element. It's just exaggerating the height as well as the parapet up there. I agree that it would be better if these could be visually treated as two units with their fenestration. Maybe it doesn't have a porch that runs the length of the entire building. Maybe even I don't know if you could give the appearance of separated buildings by, I don't know, almost hyphen them maybe 2/3 of the way back. They become joined back there, but maybe directly at the street, they're not quite joined. I'm a little disturbed with not having identifiable front doors, pedestrian entrances on the street. And I don't know if that takes place where those two windows are, or if there's any way to, if you squeeze down the first floor above the garage, if you can actually get a set of stairs in there coming down or what. But I agree. I mean, it's detailed nicely, but I think it's over detailed for the neighborhood. It needs to be said.
I think it would make a huge change visually, just if you made those read as two separate, but not having the porch that runs along. I just wonder even what that change would do in terms of converting it to looking more in keeping with the surrounding homes.
But I do think, Julia's comments about the overall height, floor thicknesses, floor to floor heights, TFE, there's a lot of reduction could happen there. I agree, Bill, the rooftop element and everything involved in that, it's just making even bigger. I know we're not looking, I don't know, bleak and everything, but that solid parapet wall is alone is big, and it really shows up in the streetscape in context to these sort of smaller units. I will say, I think there may be some, I could see potentially if you could establish definitely a separation element as well, what you guys are talking about, some sort of form of pedestrian entrance off the street, but I could see potentially maybe obviously garaging happening off the street, but for example, if you had two porch elements and they went down to the foundation and you took the garage door way back up under there or something, sort of push it back away from the side, I think that could I think I would be okay with that idea of garaging. So there's a lot. I think the comments have been made pretty much reiterate that. I don't really have much to add.
Suggest how to fix it. That's above my pay grade. I'm just gonna run through my notes I made here, and that is that it is, first of all, it's above DFE. And it should be corrected there. The structure is very tall, and I think the mass really dominates the streetscape. I think the front-facing garage doors are unfortunate. As a standalone, I think the design is attractive. I think that the fourth rooftop story diminishes that attractive design. That said, I think the GAD of this on that streetscape is overpowering and really not consistent with the architecture. I know there are townhouses across the street. They're unfortunate too. And I think that using a bad example to try to promote another one is not the way to go here. And the structure does not address the street at the pedestrian level, and I think that's unfortunate as well. That's all.
When you guys go out. Anything else? So, does anybody else, John, feelings about which? word?
I mean,
This one.
Yeah, I think it's
we're
height
talking
scale
about
mass.
Height scale mass and
General architectural direction.
Gotta go with the bond D, that's a soft D.
Second that.
Bill, did you just make a motion?
I'll suggest to Julia what motion she might want to make. She was about to do it. I mean, she always laughs and she knows where we're coming from. She's always laughing. She's sweet. That's my little compliment, Julia, as I dropped the bomb on you.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion for denial for height scale and maps and GAD.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial for height scale mass and general architectural direction. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Bill Moore, you're staying out of this one. Put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner,
Yeah.
Julia, Bill Huey,
Yeah.
Bill Moore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 10 for Trumbo Street was deferred by staff. We were on agenda item 11, 34 Percy Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
34 Percy Street is in category 4 in the number Elliott Borough circa 1855 in the Old City District. They're requesting preliminary approval for alterations to existing structure and new rear addition. Sorry. Property's location on Percy Street. Existing site photo, even though my favorite shingles have been removed. That Lindsay bought me for like.
He's holding the building together.
Context. And we're not showing the history of the structure. And the architecture inventory. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Allison Dawson, and I'm the applicant for the project. We're here tonight requesting approval by staff for the renovations and additions proposed. You guys have been here for a long time, so I'm going to skip through the things that we went through already at conceptual and try to address them with a couple of comments that we got at that point. And let you all know what has changed since then. So for the site plan, our second comment that we got at conceptual was to clarify the proposed site plan. We had submitted a pretty true conceptual approval for this. So we were looking to maximize the green space. A few ways that we've done that was changing the patio that was in the Hyphen area to more of an elevated lawn to allow for some more planted areas. The drive has been switched from just a herringbone brick to a brick drive on the aisle to allow for a planted median for a little bit more permeable space. The mechanical unit has now been shown in the back rear of the property. And we've got, there was a future item that we had on the last proposal that it's not being done. So we're just showing it as a lawn. So any landscaping that would be done would be local plantings. We'll do something really elegant and nice everywhere we have the opportunity. It's pretty tight. We've got a 3-foot setback on the kind of northwest side. And then also the 9-foot drive is right by the building and right, you know, so there's no room to really move stuff around back there too terribly much. Skip through the floor plans. Another comment that we got at the last proposal was to eliminate the rear piazza screen, which has been done at this point. So that's been removed and we've just wrapped the railing around so that you'll be able to see all the way through. The roof line, we've simplified that. There were a few little extra jigs and jogs in plan that really weren't necessary. So I've simplified the massing and gone from, you know, kind of like a multi-level roof with different roof types to just going to a hip roof, kind of a flared eave, something that would just create a simple
elevation all the way around, and that allowed us to drop down the roof line by about, I think I got almost a foot out of it. So we saw some pretty low ceiling height back there, but we were able to make it a little bit more diminutive. And so that addressed the comment about the reducing of the height at the rear bay. Sure you guys have had a chance to look at the floor plans. For the front elevation, this has continued to be developed since the last proposal. We are looking to do something a little bit more traditional up there, more in line with the late 19th century buildings. We've got turnwood balusters. We've added hood, which was another comment that we received. So we've put a hood over the door going in. And we're looking to differentiate that new piazza screen along the front by doing a 1x4 nickel gap. So we'll do that as the main material there. Adjacent to it existing is a lap siding that's got about a 7-inch exposure. And I'm sorry that your shingles have been taken away, but they did their job and they kept some of this wood on the building for us. So we're pretty grateful to them for that. At least there's a little bit more for us to work with. Yes. The rear elevation has continued to evolve, and again, just by simplifying those roof lines, I think it just makes for a more elegant proposal. Gives a little bit more symmetry back there. We've shifted the entry over to the center so that there's a very clear entry into the back into the family room, which I think will be really beneficial, so that you don't have to walk all the way around. And then a Juliet balcony at the main master bedroom above to catch some breeze. And then lastly, this has just continued to refine itself, but sticking more traditional with the 19th century house. We've removed the piazza screen along the back. We're looking at doing a paneled sapele kind of hyphen over there with fixed windows. And then you can see just kind of how the roof line elevation has changed, and a little flare has been added on the side. Similar on the other side. I think it just simplifies things a little bit, allows that addition to be a little bit less visible and a little bit more diminutive to the existing. Some details have been included showing the materials that are being proposed. I don't think we're really looking at anything out of the ordinary that anyone hasn't seen before. Turn metal, hand crimped roof, pressure treated trim, true wood columns, turn wood balustrade. Yeah, sapele in the front door window and transom. And the back details are showing the ironwork along the Juliet balcony and just a little bit more information about how the flared eave will work and entry and materials. And then those are the 3-dimensional images.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Your piazza screen, it's listed as wood nickel gap, and then it says true exterior on the same note, which is Boral type product. Is it wood or is it true exterior? It says both.
We would use the true exterior for the addition.
You're proposing the like the cementitious.
Yeah.
Everyone. Good. Any other questions? All right, thank you. We had no written public comments submitted. Do we have anyone speaking? Preservation groups are gone. No one. Frankie, could you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please? You want to ask now?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Was
like
the thing about the second dwelling, I mean, the parking stuff still looks like that's in the plan. I mean, like in the future that will happen.
It's not proposed yet. It was approved by the league. It's possible we may propose it in the future, but it was brought to my attention a few meetings ago that at BAR to not put anything out that's hypothetical yet. So for the meantime, this is the full intention of what's going on here and what we plan for.
So, okay, still with the 4 parking places in the back and just, okay.
Yeah, I think the turnaround spot, you can elaborate on.
We have to turn around just for ease of use back there. I mean, we can reverse out into the street, but if we had the space and it would make life easier for someone who was living there, it felt like there was enough room to landscape on the site to make something elegant and get them to move around.
So I've got a couple observations. We have one questioning about like rear unit also, so I'll skip that one. And then since this is the preliminary review, we had a question about the materials for the pervious drive surface. It didn't specify what it was, just the pervious surface.
Okay.
And then you said one condition for approval, the hood at the piazza screen should be wood, not cemented siding. Staff recommendation is preliminary approval with final review by staff of permit drawing. Staff condition.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Dawson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments?
Was it the hood that you would like to see or the material itself? But yeah.
Screen material is listed as true exterior and wood, if that's what I was asking. It's
Yeah.
not the hood, it's the.
Oh, we thought,
Yeah.
apparently when we were writing, we thought it was the hood.
I think it's the wall.
Okay.
Of the screen, yeah.
Yeah, the nickel gas
Map is called out as true exterior.
Oh, it says wood and then it says true.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So you want to go to the wood option.
Happy to make it wood.
You covered it, you got both on.
Yeah.
Just cross out the true
Yeah,
exterior.
between if didn't choose.
Yeah,
wood is
yeah.
fine.
I know that.
All right, thank you. So public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We're on board discussion.
I was gonna say that it's come a long way and I appreciate you listening to us earlier. And I think generally it's in a good place. There were just a few details I noticed that probably need a little bit more refinement. For example, I think we don't see your piazza entry canopy on the side elevations, which they really would show up. And the detail that you're showing for the canopy doesn't seem to match the elevation that we do see on the front. Some of the proportions of your details seem a little off to me. The piazza flooring should be rotated the other way so that it's perpendicular to the length of the house. And you've rotated my world by calling northwest, and I always think of Percy as north-south street, but apparently you disagree.
It's just awkward angle. I got confused.
That's a judgment call right there.
Agree, disagree. Yeah, I just think there's some detail refinement that should happen, but generally I think the roof lines have gotten simplified and things are a little more traditional and it's good.
So specifically to address your detail refinement comment, would be a better detail of the entry. Or whatever one, other one for.
Right. Right. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate the fact that you've addressed our comments and you gave your presentation in a very concise manner of how you address the comment. I think you've done a good job with it, and I don't really have anything to add. Oh, it's the work second.
It's all good.
I think those are your two main comments.
Yeah. The whole piazza entry, even like the steps are shown with like a brick veneer on poured concrete or something, but you know, I think if you look at that again, if you want to use the full brick and all that. Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion for preliminary approval. Staff comments and board comment to restudy piazza screen details. Full screen, yeah, and canopy. And steps, all that. And
Yes.
yeah. Yes, rotate piazza flooring. And final review by.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with staff conditions and a board comment to restudy the piazza screen details and to rotate the piazza flooring. The final review by staff. Do we have a second to join the motion? Bill Huey, the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Turner,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Huey. Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Julie, if you don't mind to clarify, the details of the piazza screen can be reviewed during the permit submission by staff according to the refinement of it, rather.
Okay with you?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys are good with it. All right. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking this on. Rescue.
Yeah, you guys deserve
Yes.
a
Not a long run and just began. All right.
Okay, agenda item 12, 22 Meeting Street. Frankie, can you give us an introduction of the project, please?
22 Meeting Street is a category 3 in Charlestown, circa 1810 in the Portland Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for fenestration alterations. This is the property's location on Meeting Street. Some existing site photos. Views from Atlantic Street. And Sanborn maps showing the house out there. The architecture inventory card from 1973. And we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Tim Sykes. I'm with Artist Construction. I'm here on behalf of our clients, Tim and Gisela Anglem, who just purchased 22 Meeting. I'm here to ask for an alteration on 2 windows and 1 door, so I'll be quick. 22 Meeting has an interesting history. The front of the house was built in 1810, and it was a 2-over-2 building with a center hall and center stairway. An addition was added sometime between 1810 and 1944, based on our Sanborn maps. We don't have an exact date of the kitchen addition. And then a third addition was, a second addition was created to move that center hallway stair to the back of the house. So we're talking, the windows that we're going to be discussing have to do with the 2 latter additions, sometime after 1944, still historic. Here. Is our presentation in here? Oops, sorry. Sorry about this. Our first request is to replace this non-historic window that was it was added to an original door opening. This is the kitchen addition that we think happened in 1944, but the kitchen was entirely renovated in the 1970s. They closed up a door and added this window. It has aluminum tracks. We simply want to create a more symmetrical look from Atlantic Street, where this window is very visible, by creating a twin window, a French casement, if you will, just to give it some symmetry and that it's not just simply stuck off to the side. The second request that we're making, this is, as you can see from the inside of the house after we've done some demolition work, you can see the existing doorway and the window that was just sort of randomly inserted in that space. This is just an architectural view. This window currently doesn't line up completely with the window on the top, so we would like to move it over and, you know, again, create a little more space for the twin window. It's a rendition of that. And then our next request is to replace a single slab door. It's not historic. There was an opening here. The original opening to the back of the 1810 house was about 10 feet in, further in. This is almost invisible from Atlantic Street. All we want to do is put a 6-light Sapele glass door with an arch or an ellipse at the top that mirrors the front set of doors. This is exactly opposite of the front French doors that are square but have an elliptical transom on the top. So this is what's there. There's also, this is a single pane storm door that we'd obviously like to remove completely with the new door. This is a rendition of what we're proposing, asking for your blessing. And then our last request is to replace this window, which is not visible from Atlantic or Meeting Street. It's only the top third is visible from the neighbor. There is a 10-foot brick wall that is about 5 feet, in front of that. But we just, I can't say that there's a historical reason other than we just want to let a little more light into the new kitchen space. And that's the window that's there. We are trying to mirror the size of the bay window, because you can now see from the front of the house to the back. So that would be the shape and style. So those are our 3 requests.
Any questions?
Request 2.
It's gone.
Was withdrawn.
Yes.
That one was withdrawn.
Yes.
Request number 2 was withdrawn.
Okay. Never mind.
No, yeah, my apologies for any time that the board spent on that request. We
I spent 3
were
hours.
experimenting with a laser, a new BLK 360 laser, and we were shooting the side of the house using the drone and the laser, and our dimensions were off. And our good friend Craig Bennett caught it from the West Coast. So we, but we would never have proposed to put a window in the middle of a seam between 2 historic structures. So I do apologize.
Yeah, my question was going to be, does that window land on the?
Yeah, no, we're just dumb builders. I'm sorry.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone speaking?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll make this quick because I heard we only had 2 minutes to speak. I am Sandy Bennett and I have lived next door to 22 Meeting Street for about 38 years. 22 Meeting Street is more than 200 years old. The new casement windows the new owner wants to put in on the south side of the house facing Atlantic Street is totally inappropriate for the period of this house. Why remove a window that is already appropriate with one that isn't? Is really bad architecture. This window will be visible from the street. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Freer, and I also am next door to 22 Meeting Street. I had a couple questions and concerns. I appreciated the pictures, but I was deeply concerned about the fact that what they used to construct the drawings that they were using to propose changes, as we have now heard, was improper and incorrect. So I would certainly appreciate
some more accurate drawings of the window that they proposed to put into the south side on Atlantic. It doesn't look like the rest of the windows. Looking at the window panes and that sort of thing, I think it would be important to have something that reflects the rest of the addition. I understand, we can't know the exact age of that addition, but that is the most prominent part of this this alteration that they're requesting. And because that is the direct view of that part of the house walking down Atlantic, with that little pedestrian gate there, having something that also reflects and speaks to the windows on the rest of the house makes good sense. So I think it's very important for the board to consider whether what they're proposing and the details of what they're proposing actually sort of speak to and reflect the age of the building and the rest of the building, whether it fits. I also heard our presenter say that the storm door and the new door are supposed to reflect the front door. But the drawings don't show a reflection of the front door. I'm not seeing a separate transom. I'm not seeing a beautiful arch, reflected in that picture. I see an arch, but it doesn't look, I'm not seeing sort of that light coming in. The details of that it concerned me a bit as well, that it's not, hasn't been drawn out in a way that can help us understand what they say and what's on paper are matching up just from the presentation. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, and that's the end of public comments. Frankie, will you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Do I get a chance to respond?
Oh, you will after this.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Staff observations, staff appreciate the removal of the storm door and the attention to detail in the proposed replacement. The east elevation window is not visible and so not under BAR purview. And as previously stated, request number 2 has been withdrawn by the applicant. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with the final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you, Frankie. Now is your opportunity to respond.
We certainly want to, and we hear your concerns, and I'm more than happy to, work with both Sandra and you to, adjust any of our drawings. I mean, I do think that the other 3 sides of the house are within the 16th of an inch with our laser scanner. It's just that on the Bennett side of the house, we had to use a drone because we couldn't get onto their property, obviously. So that's where some of the shakiness came in and some of the, dimensions, turned around. Well, so we're happy to work with you. Happy to work with staff on, final design of the windows. The front door, we didn't feel like it was appropriate to have a transom on the back door. We just simply mimicked the shape of the front door, which is, 2 French doors and an ellipse transom. So that's what we were trying to achieve there. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Frankie, is that door on the east elevation visible?
Through the gate. Through the gate.
I don't believe it was. I don't think we could find a view of it.
Julie's got an eagle eye though.
That is true, Julia. That's a
Yeah.
I think you could see it through the gate from Atlantic. Is that fair to say? Yeah. Because it's adjacent to that, the double window.
Very oblique. Yeah, the drawings are pretty limited, and so it's hard to tell.
The site plan would have been real helpful.
I went down there, and so it took me going down there and some Google Earth investigations to try to figure out what was exactly going on here. But I was unsure of that door, how big it is, but it is a little visible. I'll just jump in on 2's gone, so I don't have any comments about that. Request 1, the photos. For that.
Double window.
It pretty clearly shows that that location is original, that admittedly it was a door, but that the width of it and the existing window is the width of the original door. I don't think I would support that. The window in request 4 is on the east elevation. I think it is not visible, so that's off the table. The door, I don't think is very visible, so I don't have a lot of comment about that. I'm not sure I'm crazy about the arch door on the back, but I don't think it's very visible. But I don't think I would support widening that original opening, and particularly not that much. I think it's dramatic changes, and I think that window really doesn't fit the character of the house. The rest of it is, I think,
So 3 and 4, you're fine.
not critical.
3 and 4, you have.
3 and 4, I mean, 4 I don't think is visible, so I think it's off the table anyway, and the door. I'm not really, I don't think it's very visible, and I think it's in the same location, and it's not changing the opening, so I'm a little less concerned about that than the window in request 1.
I'm not overly concerned about the door. I mean, I would prefer a flat top because I think, I believe the arch is a little high stop in the back of the house, you know.
I think there was an option B there.
I think there was.
Which was. There's an option, yeah, option B is.
Put it the regular,
Is
sort of back in the hole.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way.
I think that's a better option.
Yeah. I don't think I have as much of an issue with the double windows as you do, but I could go either way, but I do believe they need to be double hung and not casement.
Yeah.
I believe that was 2 options.
Get on board with that. And double hung.
Yeah, I know that number 4 is not, visible from the right of way. But just real quick, the light proportions appear to be more horizontal than vertical in that window, the way it's drawn. Each individual light is laid out more horizontally, should be more vertical in proportion. So just a little something you may have to add a bar or something like that. If you want to, I just throwing that out. I don't think that's necessarily in our review. That's just for information only.
Thank you.
It's really whatever you guys think about the French
Double windows.
double window configuration and the.
Window.
Was there a consensus on the arch top door, or were you thinking option B?
I think option B is better, although I do think it's.
Where's option B? I don't have that.
It was the original request. We asked them to choose options rather than bring them for you guys.
Yeah,
Oh.
We try not to.
but they have
options.
proposed doing just the door just went in.
Rectangle.
It's probably in the previous.
Okay, Julia, I'll find it. With option A. Here's option B. I agree.
Okay.
So we're picking the thing that he didn't propose this time.
Well, I guess he didn't submit it, or he did submit it.
He did submit it. We requested that we not bring options before the board.
Oh,
That
in this
One
case,
we
we'll make
chose-
an exception.
we don't like to bring multiple
Yeah.
proposals for the same
I got
project to you guys.
Luckily, it's just like a door. It ain't like, oh, we can do
An
build this or
entire
build that.
facade.
So option B is gone, right?
No, we like option B.
Option B in the, I think we can specify.
Hey, option A is gone.
Oh, option A is.
Option B is the.
When was
Well, no,
Was this what he originally submitted and
I
then?
heard that.
Yes, we requested before we posted the
That's
video.
fine.
Yes, for
He
option B
submitted.
chosen.
Frankie just.
You could condition your motion, right?
That's what I was, what, are we still on number 1, not request number 1? Or
Yeah.
is there some consensus?
Bill Turner and I might be able to go for 2 double hungs that look traditional, since it doesn't. But I hear Phil more about the sanctity of the original framed opening. Phil Huey.
I mean, I think the idea with the doubles is to get these French basements, but, I mean, you can't, there's no way in heck you can get anything like near rated. I mean, I know this is a historic house and you can't get a French casement that's rated.
Okay, about that.
Okay, so, just for security of the house, but yeah, I mean, the existing opening is, you know how we sometimes will ask people when they're researching to open up and find where original openings were in the guise of adhering to original openings. And that's where you're making your point. There's very evident an original opening. And I think to be consistent, I think to be consistent with what we, because you know, how often do we ask, hey, go inside, see if you can find original openings? And here's one quite evident. So yeah, I have to go with Fillmore on that one.
Hey, Bill Turner, there's a, in the previous folder, did all of you look? The options are in the Dropbox in the folder.
I think that's what it's about.
Okay, you found it, okay, because there's the two double hungs, you saw that?
Apparently you and I were the only ones.
Yeah, I'm just catching up.
I think it involved adjusting.
Option A is
plate
double
limits.
hungs and option B was casements.
I think Fillmore is entirely against.
I mean, that's not, I mean,
Window.
if it were gonna be
And there's.
that window, I would have an opinion, but I don't think it should be that window.
But it also, so it was a door. Well, I would be on board.
I don't, it really is 6 1 half dozen of me, I can tell you. Whoever makes the motion, whatever they say, I'll agree with it. So.
They're gonna make a motion, Bill. You-
No, I
you're gonna
don't
make
make
a
a motion.
No, that's good, Bill, or
It'll turn. Let's do it.
Well, I mean, I will, but I don't think that's.
I think we would.
Okay.
I would. You're gonna do it, Bill?
You tired, Joe?
I think you should make it.
okay, I'll make a motion for
Never mind.
approval of request one, option
Option A.
A. And request 3, option B, is that, was that request 3? And the request 4 is like not visible, so.
So, yeah. Option.
Okay, except, yeah.
No.
It is, I just want to make sure we got the right one. Option B, yeah. And number 4.
These are the secret options that we're talking about, that were not advertised, but we're just.
Well, I think we could say, I'll clarify it's in the previous submittal. Can we properly say that in the previous? I just want to make sure that it's clear on.
Initials.
Initial submittal, that sounds like. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. Of request number 1, option A in the initial submittal. Request number 3 of option B in the initial submittal. And request number 4. Did you want final review by staff? The final review by staff. I have a second to Julia's motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Turner, put the motion to a vote. Fillmore.
I opposed.
Those of you,
Yeah, first.
Julia. In favor, Phil Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you all.
Can you elaborate on what, option 1?
Oh,
is?
yeah, actually, the only way I can show you is on my computer. So
Yeah, it just-
you are welcome to
It wasn't
approach.
available for the public.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Comment on that.
It's just a squared off instead of that arch top.
Yeah.
That's the floor we're talking about. I'm talking about this window, that was requested for the double casement.
It's
Oh.
still a double, but it's two double.
Two double
hungs.
hungs.
It's the double hungs instead of the casements. But it's the
Yeah,
double.
you want, you're welcome to come up and look.
Sorry, I know that's confusing.
Yeah. So it's this option. And option B was what was in the. And this is the double hung. You want to see the door as well? Sure. Great, it's existing, this was focus. And then this is option B, what top?
It's better than the casement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the 13th and final agenda item. The other business was withdrawn. 197 King Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview of the project, please?
197 King Street is a category 4 in Charleston Village, pre-1884 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for storefront operations. This is property's location on King Street. Existing site photos. Architecture inventory card from 1973. And sandboard map showing the history of the structure. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good night. Coach Minutes, I promise I'll be as quick as possible. This is a project that Andy Golden owns. We did his design across the street where he's been there since Hugo. It was the one building that collapsed during Hugo. He has sold it to the Four Seasons project, and he already owned this project here. This work, first thing we did was go to every source we could find, reservation groups. Nobody can find any photos of this prior. However, the building tells its own tale. These are huge slabs of granite, unable to support themselves. The footprint down here in the sill, which is granite, shows that there were 2 more granite piers. We're proposing to bring those back. The only problem is we can't bring them back because of the way they took them out. There's a solid 5-inch pipe column. We call it pipe. It's not a tube, but solid round steel piece placed in each of these 2 locations. I don't know how they did it, but we're not going to touch them because these are full height granite 18 by 18 columns. How, or more importantly, why they yanked them out to make this beautiful facade, we can't imagine. However, Linda stumbled on something, newspaper article saying that in 1948, this building was hit by a car. That's something I told the owner. I said, only thing I can say is somebody drove into this thing and cracked the thing, and they had to do something different. Andy does traditional antiques. He would very much like it to look like a more traditional building. We would not, can't slavishly put it back, and we don't know what all the details were of it, but everything that we see, including an inset door, appears to be true to what it is that he wanted as a program. So luckily, these are the 2 columns that are there. If you could go to the next sheet. I guess the next one. What we're proposing to do is to take those 2 columns, leave them in place, and build a wood facsimile, not as large, though we don't want to, use anybody around them and bring back a facade like should have been there. The one thing we weren't sure we'd be able to do, we assumed that they'd come in and put in a huge I-beam. They didn't. It's just those 2. They're not tubes. I don't know what to call them, but I call them. But not a pipe. Pipe's got a hole in it. So whatever. Cylinders. How about that? It has a top plate and a bottom plate that's just sitting right there, which allows us to put in the transom. We thought we'd have to fake that out. So we're very excited about this. And the only other thing I can add is given the late night and all that, my favorite application that I've ever done for the BAR was one that we did here for the Lockwood convenience store. Bill made a motion, a conceptual,
He says, this looks like it already should be here. How about conceptual approval, final details of staff? I could love that, and so could you, then we could reduce this agenda. I mean, we obviously know how to detail this. But I didn't want to, they wouldn't let me come further than conceptual.
Well, you're gonna love this recommendation coming up.
You know, you can.
Look at Bill with emotion,
For whatever
all thinking
you
the same thing.
Storefronts would like free.
You know, I was the last on the agenda last night and I almost missed it because of the lockdown. For Kamala.
Oh,
So tonight I said, I'm gonna be here at 4:30.
Oh, God. Right.
Thank you, Joe.
Can I offer you some snacks?
Yeah, free chips.
are there any questions for the applicants? I'm gonna keep this moving. There's no public comment.
Yeah, you can
Frankie,
give my.
I'll read your recommendation.
We have some observations. I'm not gonna go through them. Oh, we were recommending conceptual approval with a final review by staff of permit drawings.
Thank you. Did you have any response?
I have no response.
Thank you. We're now in board discussion.
I mean, honestly, I thought I would make a motion for final approval and not have anybody have to worry about it.
Is that a motion for final approval?
Well, I don't get to make my comment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Bill, make your comment.
Fine, Bill.
No, I was gonna tell Joe that I know that the storefront's gonna be detailed well, because there's an old adage I learned when I was very young in town. When storefronts were being done. We called all the storefront designs, if you want to design successful storefront, we called them Will and Joe's.
Aw, that's sweet.
You design like Will and Joe. Good to see Will and Joe back there.
Thank you.
Or Joe.
So
Amish Will.
Bill, was that a motion that you
Sure.
made for
Well,
final?
Julia made it. I just went up through in the comment. I'll give Julia credit and I'll make that a second.
So you did final approval.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor for final approval. We have a second by Bill Huey. All in favor? Hearing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I truly think I'll stay through this. Be patient.
And we
Give everybody
strive.
their time.
Thank you.
Death stare.
Good to see you again.
My only way to do it is stairs to open my eyes really wide.
That's not scary.
Don't let you
A
recreate this.
motion and a second to adjourn.
Oh, yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, second.
Mhm.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We gotta walk Julia out the car.
There's a coffee.